What's going on? Can you guys all hear me? I'm just going to test some audio. Make sure we got everything going here. Bring the music down. You guys hear me okay? Can you hear me? Can you hear me all right? Can you hear me? You guys can see me? Hear me? Yeah? Yes? Audio good? You guys see me clearly? Dude, look at this. Look at this zit brewing. Ooh, that's a... Man. Wow. Audio is good. Thank you so much, H. Brazzi. Taking over is the Jim Bob Takeover. David Patrick Harry of Church of Eternal Logos made his way out to whatever podcast he's going to be debating. He's going to be, let's rephrase that. He's going to be playing with his food. So if you guys don't know, I've been on David's channel, Patrick's channel, a variety of times. I run a channel called Made by Jim Bob. I also just launched the show called Ortho Thugs. Ortho Thugs is me and a guy named Tony, whose channel is Hello Listener. You can go follow Ortho Thugs. Hilarious, creative, fun, very light show. Even though we're both Orthodox Christians, it's not a show entirely focused on that at all. We just wanted to include it, though. So today's topic is determinism. I predict David is going to basically obliterate her in the opener, and she probably won't know it, but you know. So I'm just waiting for them to start over there. Sometimes they're a little late, but I wanted to say hello, establish a rapport with you all. You know, listen to some tunes, maybe get you guys prepared to generously donate to your warrior here, your representative, Mr. David Patrick Harry. You know, it's expensive going out there. It's expensive having a hotel, airfare, and all that, food. So make sure you show your support today, okay? Going to listen and learn. She might listen and learn. I don't know. Jim Bob is geeking that he found his long-lost younger brother. It kind of does feel like that. You know, I'm not going to deny that. You know what it is? It's like, it's also like the creativity, like it's just nonstop and awesome. So, and the show's awesome. I don't know if you guys saw it. Definitely go follow Ortho Thugs. Go follow Ortho Thugs. Just search Ortho Thugs. The way it's spelled up there, like this, Ortho Thugs. Da-da. Fun time. Helwecky says, for $5, determinists are super sped. They don't even realize debating defeats their position. They don't know. I mean, there's so many angles. I make it a little too abstract when I debate against determinists. So hopefully DPH goes another route, I guess. Can we just look at the weird AI that they got of DPH real quick, though? I mean, look at him. I mean, it kind of looks like him. It's like, I don't know. It's like the input was like David Patrick Harry and a fox or something. It's interesting. Wait, whoops, sorry. Here we go. Hey, Chase. What's going on, Chase? Please confirm that DPH is 5'3". No, he's actually 6 foot. I thought he was going to be shorter because of how muscular he is. I don't know why those two pair well together. Look at that damn zit. Unbelievable. Look at that thing. Jeez. Keep in mind, it's probably so hot where they are too. That's kind of like the troll of debating there. It's like 100 degrees in that room. So whoever can sweat it out.
Sometimes I'm rising.
Let it out. Let it out, Alex. Let it out, Alex. Let it out, Sam. I assume and hope you guys can hear the assets. Yes? Did you guys hear his yell or not? I hope so. Please. Please. Yeah, Peter Dinklage in the house. Nice to serve you. This is going to be a distraction. No, it's not. We're going to really focus in tonight. Did you guys hear it? Yes? No? Did you hear it? Just give me a yes in the chat that you heard. Okay, you got it. Thanks, chairs. You can always count on chairs. So how you guys doing on Friday? What is it, Saturday? It's like 109 where I am. I don't know about you guys. I don't like it. I have thick Italian hair follicles, so it's like I'm always wearing a shirt. And nothing quite helps me in the heat. I just get angry.
Sometimes I'm getting
Dylan did all the yard work. Nice. I put in a door threshold the other day at Maximus, and changing a threshold is supposed to be easy, and this is something that was put in the 80s, and there's a lot of special things that got revealed when I pulled that threshold up. What's up, Corrupted Flame? You're determined to have free will. I'm determined to reject determinism. That's right. I'm taking over the show. We got a good start here. I can't set a goal on this end, though. Only through YouTube. But pretend there's a goal tonight, okay, you guys? It takes a lot of energy and planning and logistics and stuff to go out there and debate in person. So, make sure you make it worth it for Mr. DPH, okay? Chairs is in vacation in Greece. I would like to go to Greece one day. I mean, now I have the secret passcode to go to Mount Athos, so I'm probably gonna do that at some point. Free will isn't a debate, it's an established scientific fact. Sorry. I'm wondering how she's going to go about rejecting free will while holding that she has no free will to reject it. That'll be interesting. Who is Zema? Some TikTok chick. Some TikToker. So, I'm happy you asked me to take over. These are always kind of fun for me. I have to make sure to not break TOS, though. So, help me out in the chat with that, will you? Sounds like a disease. A determinist feminist? Yeah, I'm going to be interested, VP, to see if she goes the route of, like, reparations. You're like, how could you be at fault for something you didn't have any will or intent to do in the first place? It's weird. Weird? My guitar's not in tune with this song, unfortunately. I really wanted to jam. Whatever. Siege the dog, the autistic dog comes in. Hey, Siege, the autistic dog. All right, DPH on whatever. Great job on the ortho expansion lately. Yeah, we're taking over. People don't like it. They don't like it. Let's see, they're still... Oh, they're pushing it even more. Wow. It was going to start in like 20 minutes. They pushed it to 30 now. So I guess here we are. Isaac, how you doing? I'm doing good. I was determined to host the show, yeah. That's right. Well, I guess now that we have time, I might as well go to show you guys the promo for Ortho Thugs, being that I'm here representing the new show that you should all follow. We're only one episode in, and we're doing great. I mean, in 2 days, we have 3,000 views, and we only have one stream up. I mean, that's incredible. You know why? Because it's awesome. So yeah, let's take a look at the promo now that I'm here and I have 30 minutes to chill basically anything I want. All right, here we go. Ready? Let's see. Let's see if this does it. No. What? Huh? No, that's not it. Hold on a second. Let's do this again. All right, here we go. Hopefully, well, actually, this will give us a chance to test the audio over on YouTube as well. So let me know that give me crack corn and I don't care. Give me crack corn and I don't care. You kidding me?
What the heck is this crap? I don't think so.
Ayo, Tony, drop the beat.
Shout out to the moon and the clouds and the earth.
Oh,
You made it, baby. I told you.
Is this really happening?
It's now or never. I'm going to explode!
Quit your jobs!
This is serious.
Come on in.
I can't believe
We did it.
I feel so free right now.
Of course, that already happened on Juneteenth. What a great day to release a show, by the way. Juneteenth, the best day ever. What is it? It's called Ortho Thugs. It's a new show with me and my buddy, Hello Listener, who goes by Tony on the show. And it's a fun time. Go check out the first episode. It's up already. It's very visually creative and light and fun. Just a lot of jokes and giggling. It's pretty good. I think it's pretty good, honestly. Let's see what else we got here in the music queue. Now that we're hanging out, glad I got myself a beverage. The show itself, Ortho Thugs, we make everything. We make the music together in the background. We make all of the background of the actual assets for the show. We make all the alerts. And it's quite the creative explosion. So go support. Any predictions tonight that y'all have about this here debut? Keep refreshing, wondering if this is JB's show or Ortho Thugs. No, I'm taking it over. I should probably make myself smaller so you guys know what you're dealing with, maybe. How do we do that? Make it smaller? That's okay. It's just fine. Am I moderating? No, Glitchy Rhythm. I'm just gonna kind of... It's so that he can stream it on his chat, on his channel, and I can sort of govern it. I'll give some takes here and there when there's silence or whatever, but I'll probably end up making a lot of jokes, honestly. So it's a watch. It's a watch party. So I don't have any access to making a goal. You know, ideally, DPH. Maybe he can make it from his phone. Let me ask him. Let me ask him. Apparently, I can't do it from here. I can do polls and stuff. I can ask you guys questions. But soulful. Got the soul. Yeah. If DPH goes on, wait, sorry. Epistemology concerning determinism, he's going to get an easy win. Yeah, but the thing about this particular, like you and I, this chat, highly intelligent people with some philosophical acumen, we're going to know when there's a loss or a win. But the thing is, David Patrick Harry is going to have to dumb down a bunch of stuff for the audience. So that is going to be kind of a fun challenge, honestly. We'll see. That is the challenge. I mean, half of these people don't know what epistemology even is. I mean, that one chick who debated Andrew thought it was the study of the epistles. What? What? Yeah, we know DPH's taste. Yeah, he's got the taste of, what was that string of black movies in the 90s with like Robin Givens? That's basically DPH's entire playlist. You know? How Stella got her groove back. That's there. Perfect music to usher in a queen. That's really funny. Pretty much. We'd be doing this. And now he's a doctor. What's going to happen now? Who even knows? The apostles also went to college. Yeah, they did. They went to community college. We were determined to gear toward the patriarchy. That's correct. Yep. We got 300 in here. Sweet. So make sure you make it count tonight. This will probably only be a 2-hour debate, maybe a little longer, maybe a little shorter. Who knows? Make sure you support heavily Mr. David Patrick Harry, okay? He says he's still waiting outside. Poor guy. So, well, I'm here. So, I mean, who knows? So I'll just take questions because it's a live debate. It's a live debate, Baron. Yep. This is a Jortlandian takeover. That's correct. That's correct. Took it over. That's Mr. Dr. Mr. David Patrick Harry to you, sir. You're here. Eric's here with the Jortlandian work visa. Yeah, your work visa allows you to come into this land, so that's good. Can we just look at David Patrick Harry's AI face again, real quick? I mean, what did they do to him? He looks like some character out of Sonic the Hedgehog. It looks like he's about to run like 500 miles per hour and collect 900 coins. What's the girl's name? I think it's Zema. Remember that crappy alcoholic drink? Zema. The late 90s version of Bear Claw? Or is that what it's called? Bear Claw? Wait, is that what it's called? A Bear Claw? Yeah, it's called a Bear Claw. She sounds like a Wakandian witch. I think so. I think so. Actually, what is her name? Feminist Xena. I mean, we have time. I might be able to go ahead and check some of the things she says. Zema, feminism. Let's see what she's got going on. No. Zema, feminist, cringe, Wakanda. I wonder if I type Wakanda, she'll pop up maybe. Nowhere to be found. That seems to be the new trend. We're kind of like pulling out these sort of, I don't know, these TikTok debaters who have tiny platforms, and we just, they get pulled. Not that my platform's huge, it's just that they pull them up and put them on mainstream and bigger platforms to basically be piñatas, let's face it, which I'm totally fine with that. Make these people into piñatas. You know what I mean? We should go hard at them. Yeah, for those of you just showing up, my name is Jim Bob. I run a channel called Made by Jim Bob. I also just launched the show here I'm shilling for called Ortho Thugs. Go follow Ortho Thugs. Search Ortho Thugs. It's the first thing that's going to show up. It'll be obvious. It'll be obvious. Follow it. We're only one episode in. Watch the episode. It's fantastic. The doctor's out, Snagglebees. Yes, that's correct. Can I come back later if now isn't a good time? W. Jim Bob for helping. Yeah, I'm going to help Grift. That's right. Link your platform in the chat. Oh, yeah, I should probably do that. How do I do this? Yeah, here we go. Here's the link. Go click that link real quick now that we didn't. Oh, I can't do it. Having trouble connecting. There it is. It's right there. Click this link right here. Is that clickable? Just search it. I don't even know. Eric Olson says, Ortho Thugs, hosted by Jim Bob and some dumb smart guy. Yeah, wait, did we figure out if he's a dumb smart guy? Yes, he's a dumb smart guy. She was the Jubilee Peterson. Was she? I thought, okay. I'm confusing her with the Predator, the chick that Andrew debated, who looked like Rick James and the Predator had a baby and went to a LGBT riot. Who's Jim Bob? You don't know who I am? I say that to all the waiters and waitresses when I go to get lunch sometimes. You don't even know who I am? Ugh, I'm leaving. Can't find it? What? Ortho Thugs. Ortho Thugs. I mean, Ortho Thugs. It's right there. Look. Look. Look, it's right here. Look. Right here. This is it. Oh, here we go. Let's try this. There you go. There it is. Go follow that. Quickly get us to 2,000. That would be great while we're waiting for another 48 minutes. You know? Why not? Who is the other Ortho Thug? The other Ortho Thug is a guy named, he goes by Tony, but his channel is called Hello Listener. So you can find him as well. He might even be streaming right now. This is my co-host and partner in crime right here. He's a wild dude. Creative wild dude. We call him, I mean, he's kind of like I guess we took a vote. He's the smart.
You certainly don't hide it. Somebody else here feels the need to
he's
tell people that what their race is, but you do.
Super creative, though.
All right.
I'm like, you know, like I see something in this guy, and I was like, hey, let's do a show. And he's like, really? That's crazy. I have only like 500 subs. And I'm like, no, let's do it. We're going to do it. I'm going to call it Ortho Thugs. We're going to take a light comedic approach, a creative approach, and we're not going to be doing apologetics or anything like that. We just happen to be Orthodox Christians. And he was like, that's awesome. And I was like, yeah, well, we're starting next week. So we have a week to do our first show. So funny dude. He's like, he's kind of like Jim. He's kind of like John Belushi without all the addictions. You'll see. So yeah, go follow that. It's a great time. Ask anyone in the chat who saw the first episode. We can't tell you what it is, but it's something. Let's see. What else does DPH have in his Stella got her groove back music library? What's that? No, that's chanting. That's too deep. Let's go. This good vibe. The beat's got to kick in soon, right? There it is. I need an old Cuban. I need to watch it while we wait. Go, yeah, you feel free. It's fantastic. Honestly, I don't know how to categorize it. I refuse to. I actually refuse to categorize it myself. I don't care. I'm not even going to call it anything. Finally up in the studio.
Just checking if Vagine is active during DPH stream. If so, the takeover is complete.
Yes, the Vagine is. So, I mean, keep that in mind. I'm not here to collect Bob chats. I will take them if you give them. If you happen to give Bob chats to tip me for taking over, I'm fine with it. It's just that an Indian woman, you're going to have to hear an Indian woman's voice talk. So, just so you know. The beat got you feeling, but yeah, that's his. DPH has like he might have like a sort of an Afrikaans essence to him. The gene is spreading. I'm trying to contain her, man. She's been talking a lot. Where's Attenborough? Attenborough is my super chat, so you're not going to get Attenborough today. Not going to get any debt. These are my kind of vibes. Yeah, these are good vibes. DPH is blat. It could be. Could be. What's up, Derek? Yes, it's a me. It's a me, a Jim Bob. You're quite fond of P-Funk All-Stars? Really? Yeah, he's sick bassist. They always got sick funk bass going on. He had a Kanye phase, did he? DPH go through a Kanye phase? Well, he went through a new age and psychedelics, so I wonder if he was ever like a Fish fan. That's always a blemish. What's worse than Fish might be Dave Matthews. Anyone else go through Dave Matthews? Oh. Like, if I ever wanted, for some odd reason, to be suddenly have my wife not be attracted to me, I'll say, hey, you want to listen to Dave Matthews? From DMB to DPH, right? Fish is the GOAT of DGen culture. Well, I mean, they're really derivative of Grateful Dead, right? So, old Grateful Dead, you've heard all the work from Jay and probably DPH here with the psyop of mass, I wouldn't call it mind control, but mass influence using psychedelics through culture. Do you want to guess who I think is the new Grateful Dead? Sort of like the head network of pushing psychedelics? Take a guess in the chat for me. Now, you'd think, oh, I'm going to go with the same aesthetics. Don't go with the same aesthetics. Opposite aesthetics, actually. Grateful Dead is scraggly, hippie, dirty, stinky, TiVo-wearing, patchouli-smelling dirtbags with hacky sacks. They look like hacky sacks that became human. That's not the new push of psychedelics, is it? Billy Strings? No, that's close. He's still within that aesthetic, though. No. He's bald. He's short. That's correct, Michael. There's like a refined, almost like a refined, futuristic psychedelic push. Where it smells like new leather and metal. It's shiny. It's taken care of. Papa Rogan, indeed. And the network is not Fish concerts. It's stand-up comedy. Wes Watson? Mother! I wish he was debating Wes Watson today. Wes Watson couldn't say anything about DPH. I mean, DPH is pretty much as big as Wes Watson. I told you when I met DPH at a wedding, dude's arms actually look like legs, and I don't mean just the size. Like, I went to shake his hand, and I thought I was going to shake a shoe. I thought he was going to get down and start running around. I thought he was going to punt something with his arm. I thought he was going to dunk, but he's going to jump with his arms and dunk with his feet. Shoulders are... What a joke. I mean, you can't even see me. My wife was like 3 different times, where's my husband? Where's my husband? It's behind him. I was behind DPH's arm. Or leg. Or one of the things. It also makes you feel, I don't know if you guys ever met him in person at some event or whatever, but it almost feels like you're warranted to punch him because he's so big. Like, that's what occurred to me. It was like, oh, you look like that. So am I allowed to hit you? Like, it just assumed that I was. Where's your homeboy? Your homeboy's he's in a studio setting up his debate right now with Zema, the Marxist reparations TikTok princess. I hope she goes after his whiteness. I honestly, I hope she says, you're so privileged to be able to go to a gym and have nicotine pouches in your mouth. Finally up in the studio. Okay. All right. Okay.
You cannot fire me. I am the quit.
You am the
good
quit.
doctor will employ me and he will not mock my holy cow.
The good doctor? No, DPH is not going to have Vagine read his super chats for him. Vagine, you're so desperate. Why don't you go find a bathroom? Just kidding. You don't have any. Why don't you put on your shoes? Sorry, you don't have those either. Why don't you go mix a street bowl of soup with your dirty hands? Vagine's literally stalker material. She's like actually scary. She's got like crazy ex-girlfriend eyes. She's such a dirtbag, though. I mean, no offense to anyone in the chat who happens to be of her background. I just, you know, you guys are worried about Mexicans. I'm not. All these political pundits talking about the Mexican flags. I'm not worried about the ones in the street waving flags. Worried about the other ones that don't go out. The Indian phobia is next level. Yeah, I mean that's what she said. That's what Vagine says. I'm not afraid of her. Not afraid of her. Whatever. It's also not a thing of like assimilating. It's like if I tell them to assimilate, the accent's still there. It just makes me more mad. You know what I mean? Like you hear someone talking their native tongue, in this case Indian, and you get this impulse to be like, speak English. And then once they start speaking English, you're like, go back to the other one. Like I can't hear you talk unless something's simultaneously being fixed. Please. Try not to get TPH in trouble over here. I'm trying. But I mean, you can't blame me. This was supposed to start at 4 p.m. Here I am riffing, doing what I would do on my channel. My apologies. Not a problem. Not a problem. Ian says if they have Americanized accent, it's like a skinwalker. Yeah, dude. You're like, you shouldn't. Can you stop? But I wonder if people look at me and they're like, why are you talking American? Shouldn't you be like, hey, a pizza pie, spaghetti. Oh, quanto costo? Uno cappuccino, por favore. Hemorrhoid crema. Where a hemorrhoid crema? Is music too loud? Michael says for $5. Don't be surprised if she come across as good faith like she did with Peterson. Seems like a more sophisticated Chloe, right? Was that the Chloe? Yeah, I remember Chloe. Chloe. You didn't click the wrong stream. I took it over. I'm taking it over. Give it a like, by the way. We're at 394. 394 of you. Like the stream. It'll be fun. I'll try not to talk over the debate. Try to time. I think I have good timing. Make sure to support your man who's in battle right now, Mr. Dr. David Patrick Harry. Make sure you show your support with your thumbs, with your likes, with your comments, with your money. Taking a flight out takes a lot out of you. Hemorrhoid creme. Music was good, okay. I'm hearing, I think we don't hear the same thing. Christ is King. Christ is King. Nice. No, rights are not real. I have this ongoing debate with this guy. Where are you, Christ is King? Yvonne? You're in some other country. What are you, in Brazil or something? This guy swears rights are real, and I'm like, no, they're not, dude. They're just not. On The Doctor's Apprentice. Yeah, I'm like the tricky little surgeon assistant that purposely hands the surgeon the wrong tools. And I'm like, and I look at his eyes and I'm like, I dare you. I dare you. He's like, scalpel, and I'm all, this pokey thing. What are you, scared? You're a surgeon. What are you, scared? You're scared to actually do the job no matter what tool I give you? Come on. Get out of here. Rights might not be real, but natural law has consequences. Well, that's what kind of the argument ends up being, Baron, is like there's just consequences for action. And so who gets to determine the consequences? I say Christians. Who gets to yield the force? I say Christians. I say Christians decide what society is allowed to do and not allowed to do. To some extent, obviously. What's the problem? What, are you scared? Huh, Christ is King? Are you scared to hold the scissors? I have the rights to say rights aren't real. You can say it, but that's interesting, LRN. You know, atheists say, I'm okay with you guys believing anything you want, just don't force it on us. And I'm like, I don't believe in rights. And they're like, and then they're all, when does the debate start? At 28 minutes ago. 28 minutes ago. It's a good thing we have all of these musical tracks from 90s black movies. Like, does DPH sit around with his wife watching, like, I don't even know some of the names, like Boys in the Hood? Imagine he's all, come on, honey, want to watch Boys in the Hood? He's like, why? It's like, you don't like Boys in the Hood? It's a classic. But he's still all sort of like white. It's all white about it. Boys in the Hood is a classic. Friday? You want New Jack City? New Jack City, exactly. New Jack City? Come on. These are great. These are great films. Honey. Honey. JB doing a great DPH. I can't actually do his impression. I could hear it in my head. It's just not going to come out of my voice. That's for sure. Elbows most want to yell. Dude, come on, sweetie. These are great movies. These are staples. These are staples. American culture. Sweetie. Honey. 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 Gangster's Paradise. Yeah, let's listen to Coolio. Why isn't Coolio on his mix track here? You know what I mean? What's going on? Yeah. The groovy beats of Ortho Maxing. You ready to get precept or what? No you didn't. Nah. Y'all can't justify that. Y'all can't justify preconditions. Knowledge. Yeah. What's going on? Oh, we're just waiting for a debate to start. So I'm actually amusing myself because this is what I do. What other choice do I have? Yeah. Oh, no, you didn't just say the filioque. Not on my watch. Please have Becky ready on the soundboard. Oh, she's ready, VP. She's ready. Oh, you want to talk about Islam, don't you? Islam is like the little person of theology, am I right? Say it, son. If you guys are wondering what he just said, he said, this weekend I went to Catholic Mass and I prayed with them. Sounds like the Hodge twins. Oh, yeah, totally. I bet DPH will be on Hodge twins.
Yeah. Come on, man. Why are you so smart, man? You and Jay Dyer are like, yeah. We got smart people up over here.
Sounds like a good remix. I know, this actually went pretty well. It is. Oh, I want to throw him so bad.
Yeah.
Ontology, what that is? Y'all say ontology? Did someone say ontology? Yeah. Is this a takeover? It is. It is a takeover. I'm just early. It was supposed to start at 4. I thought I'd hang out with you for like 20 minutes before that. It turned into 50 minutes, but I'm fine with it. You got some super chats going. You guys are being aggressively generous. You know, we're listening to some of DPH's inner heart and soul tracks. He's got This Is Culture. Yeah, This Is Culture. Did it for the culture. You know? Now I'm wondering if DPH plays basketball and doesn't tell us. Free will, what that is. We like DPH better. Dude, I will ban you. I'll literally ban you. I have the right. Now I believe in rights. I'll kick you right out of here. In fact, you know what? Christ is King. I'm going to give you a couple minutes to send in a super chat to support David Patrick Harry. Okay. Yeah. Can I even ban here? I mean, will the wrenches listen to me? DPH isn't sure why he doesn't. Oh my gosh, that's funny. He doesn't mind his fire alarm beeping. I know, seriously. It's like any more success from DPH, he's gonna show up on stream with like a purple suit. By the way, I went to Milwaukee to a wedding, and I went to a mall, and there was a store that I didn't have the courage to go in. Meg and my wife, Meg Bob, was all, go in there, it'll be funny. I was like, but it was just filled with like those suits, those suits, where there's like purple shoes and like red suits, and the whole thing is like, there's like foil for some, like in the threading, and I was like, this store is properly marketed. The swag store? Oh no, it wasn't a swag store. Yes. Yes. I won't say it, but yes. Sounds dandy? Yeah, see? Zach's into it. DBH should wear the Jordan Peterson Two-Face suit. Jordan Peterson, man. The guy's toast. We all knew he was toast, but we were like, come along for the ride. You'll get there. He's like, I'm not getting there. It's like I'm on a raft, and there's a hole in it, and it's starting to sink. And I can see in the horizon a place that I could rest ashore. And I know it's called orthodoxy, but I just decided not to go in that direction for some reason. It's almost like he's contractually obligated to not go there. I know what you're saying. I can read between the lines. In fact, you're actually right, Jim Bob. He is actually contractually obligated. He actually signed on to the Daily Wire with blood. I pricked his little pinky, and he signed the little waiver. We framed it. It's in the Daily Wire dungeon. He signed it with blood. He said yes. It was the first time where Jordan Peterson actually answered a question with one answer. Simply, he said yes. I sign over my soul. This is for life, bucko. I looked at him in the eye across the table. The giant Daily Wire logo, encrusted with marble and gold. It's covered with a Boll and Branch sheets when we're done with the talks. And I said, you know what this means, don't you, bucko? And he cried. He let out a couple tears, and he said, I sure do. This is for life. Yeah, totally. Ben, don't ask what your country can do for you. Ask what your country can do for Israel. You know what really... Obviously, there's a long list of things that piss us off about Ben Shapiro, but there's this one clip I saw in particular where he's in Israel talking to a room full of people, and he goes, if anyone has joined the military, is anyone participating in the military right now, active duty? Please stand up. Please stand up. And they all stand up, and he's clapping. And he's like, I just want to say, this is something that's missing. This is a missing thing in the U.S. Like this sort of patriotic urge to want to join the military. And yet he comes home and he's criticizing Americans for not being enthusiastic about the military. But when he comes home, he's against obligatory military service. And yet in Israel, he asks them to stand for an ovation when they didn't even decide to go into the military. Totally obligatory, mandatory participation in the military, which he is, when he comes home, he's against. He's such a little weasel. You know what I mean? I have a theory he had a nose job when he was like 4. There's probably hidden footage of him. Like he's playing the violin. Oh, check. Yo, bro. They're here.
donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. That's streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. To read a message is $99 and up. And if you want to ask, you can ask a question or make a statement. We're going to read those in batches at various breaks throughout the debate. There's not going to be any instant TTS. Now, if you want to just tip and have 100% of your contribution go towards us, no platform fees, no cut, you can via Venmo or Cash App. That's whatever pod on both. Link is in the description. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever, drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. And then quick disclaimer, the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the whatever channel. Without further
Let's kick it off with a super chat. Train.
guests. I'm joined today by Dr. David Patrick Harry. He has a PhD in religious studies from the Graduate Theological Union in Berkeley, California. He's a traditionalist and Eastern Orthodox Christian. He is also an online educator. Also joining us today is Zena. She's a senior at USC pursuing a sociology degree. She is a leftist. She does social and philosophical commentary and is a content creator and was recently featured on a Jubilee episode debating Jordan Peterson. She's the Jordan Peterson Slayer. So there you have it, folks. The topic today is free will and determinism. You'll each have up to a 10-minute opening statement, and then the rest of the show is going to be open conversation. We're going to have 2-3 breaks for messages from the audience. Patrick, you're going to go first. Go ahead.
All right. Brian, thanks for having me. Zena, thanks for being here for the debate. To begin, obviously, I'm going to be affirming the existence of free will, and determinism is self-refuting ideology. Every paradigm has a metaphysics, an epistemology, and an ethics. Two of those legs, determinism is already going to lose. If all beliefs are conditioned based on, nature versus nurture, they're neurological, your brain's determined, you're conditioned by social patterns, well then all knowledge claims are then beliefs. And if that's the case, then you can actually not make a universal knowledge claim. The same thing as if you were debating an argument for relativism. Claiming that relativism, that there is no truth as a truth statement, is counterfactual and contradicts itself, can't go anywhere. That's a self-defeating argument, especially within a debate that is premised on logic, reason, and all these different things. And for my opening statement, I put together a quick little logical syllogism that demonstrates that moral responsibility is inconceivable within a deterministic framework. And I look forward going back and forth with Zena in regards to social justice, racism, slavery, reparations, all these different things actually depend upon moral responsibility and people actually having responsibility on their right or wrong choices, good and bad, these types of things. But there isn't an objective standard within a deterministic framework. And so they basically have compatibilism, something like Daniel Dennett's argument, which is really just a semantic argument that's using freedom in a new context. And that's, again, I'm not going to play that game. But for just a quick opening syllogism, and so anybody watching, if this opening statement maybe feels like it's a little bit over your head, that's all right. We'll get into the nitty gritty as the debate moves forward.
So condescending.
If moral responsibility, rational deliberation, and love are real, which the majority of people presume that they are, and determinism, compatibilism, or Skinnerian behaviorism render them illusions, then determinism, compatibilism, or behaviorism are self-refuting worldviews because they depend on the very realities that they deny. And so I have 7 principles, or essentially they're different apologetic arguments to deconstruct determinism. The first one would be obviously the moral responsibility argument, that if determinism is true, no one can actually be held morally responsible for anything. Number 2, and this is the irony of actually being in a debate, that even though you're arguing in favor of determinism, again, the debate is premised upon that you're going to persuade somebody to adopt determinism, which then undermines the central premise of determinism.
Sorry.
So argument from rationality, it's a self-refutation. If determinism is true, then all knowledge are beliefs. Therefore, determinism itself is a belief. Amongst all beliefs are equal. And on that basis, determinism is not rationally justified. It's only due to prior states. And then a third one, the phenomenological argument against determinism, is that no determinist actually lives as if determinism is real. They live as if they are free. And so I'm interested to hear what Zena thinks about voting and how voting works or democratic structures work within a deterministic worldview. Choosing a career, debating, is premised on the idea that we actually have free will, and promises, making promises. If she makes promises to her friends, regret, guilt, any sort of deliberation, these are going to, again, be inconsistencies with a deterministic worldview. Argument from counterfactual possibility. All decisions presuppose modal freedom. So when evaluating alternative possibilities, determinists rely on what could have been. For example, if they go to court, yet in their worldview, there is never a what could have been because everything's already determined. And then I assume what's going to pop up is that determinists like to use a neuroscientific argument that's really built upon Benjamin Libet's findings. It's really from the 1980s, and the field of neuroscience has actually moved beyond this. So it's a minority opinion, the idea that neuroscience has actually proven that your brain is determined or your thoughts are determined. This is not the universal opinion of the field. It's actually a minority opinion. And so Libet himself actually says that his research did not prove this. And the premise of the research is that they were asking people to kind of lift their finger, do different things, and then they were measuring what is called resting potentials, and therefore insinuating that the brain is already determined before the action occurs. And so I reference everybody to go look up David Schroeder's 2012 article. It's titled RP as Neural Noise, RP meaning resting potential. And so the majority of the field believes that whatever was happening is just neural noise, and actually the premise that neuroscience has highlighted that everything is deterministic, that is not a majority consensus. Creativity and novelty. So if you're a determinist, you're going to have to reject human agency in regards to poetry, art, invention, moral heroism. These things break away from any sort of predictive causal mechanism that they would argue for. And then the last one is the problem of infinite regress. So if you go back to Aristotle, the unmoved mover, this was something that was dealt with in classical Greek philosophy. And so obviously I'm coming at it as an Eastern Orthodox Christian, and so we believe in the Imago Dei, Genesis 1:26. And because of that, I myself am also, in a sense, an unmoved mover, that I can be an uncaused cause within myself as a person, utilizing my free will. So those 7 points, I'm sure we'll probably rehash those and come back, all 7 of which are essentially logical death shots to determinism. And then the last thing I just wanted to highlight, 6 points on why determinism is actually not a dominant perspective within academia, generally speaking. And so determinism was very popular toward the end of the 18th century and into the 19th century. So you have people like Marx and Freud. But into the 20th century, multiple turns have occurred in various fields that have essentially rendered determinism as nonsense. First one is quantum mechanics. So the Heisenberg uncertainty principle contradicts Laplacian determinism. Laplace's demon is a common sort of thought experiment determinists use. Well, again, quantum mechanics itself has already refuted that that's the universe that we live in. So in regards to physics, physics has already refuted determinism. In regards to mathematics, chaos theory in the 1960s also refuted determinism because it demonstrated that in an attempt to actually show that deterministic systems are completely determined, it demonstrated that actually they're unpredictable, and there is no deterministic full system that we've discovered yet. Number 3 is mathematical logic. So Kurt Gödel's incompleteness theorems demonstrates that there are limits to what can be proven, and no complex system can prove its own consistency. That would also be the case for determinism. You presuppose determinism to prove determinism. That is a contradiction. The cognitive revolution, linguistics, Noam Chomsky has already refuted the idea that we are determined. Language acquisition, so that was another turn in the 20th century, again refuting determinism. And then number 5, philosophy of mind. So epiphenomenalism is typically the way that determinists would argue for their philosophy of mind, but emergentism is now the dominant thesis. I'm more of a hylomorphic Aristotelian. I'm in that camp more so than even the emergentism camp. but it shows that mental states cannot be explained by conditioning alone. And then the self-referential collapse, this is essentially the logical basis that all of this debate's going to hinge on, is that one cannot rationally affirm determinism since belief in determinism is due to prior states, then it too is a non-rational belief that cannot be rationally or universally justified. And so that is my opening statement.
All right, thank you. Zena, go ahead.
Hi. So yeah, I just wanted to clear up like a couple things about my framework and like what I mean when I say that I'm a determinist. I don't mean that like everything in the universe must have some like specified cause, that everything is predictable. Instead, that in any circumstance, any event is either caused or uncaused. And when we look at the self specifically, we're going to see that like when we look at any like thought that we have, any want that we have, and thus any action that we have is going to result in some kind of external cause, right? So essentially, what I'm saying is that free will is the ability to have done differently or to have chosen differently in any certain instance in history. Or if we were like to rewind the clock to like, 10 minutes ago when we sat down here, you could have just risen your hand, right? But we know that could not have happened metaphysically, right? Because you didn't. And if we hold all...
no, that doesn't follow.
If we hold all events constant and all variables constant and all like the environment constant, in that moment, you did not raise your hand because there was no cause, right, for that to occur. And if you do something randomly, that would mean that by definition it has no cause. So it's either that any event is caused or uncaused, and that cause, when we push back the chain of causality, is going to result in something that is either like your brain or your nurture. And people who kind of study just like the way that we have evolved as human beings have kind of found that this idea of free will is a feeling that we have. It's a sense that comes kind of like after the fact when it comes to like action, where we feel like we have some agency because we have developed the ability to create a conjunction between this idea of like the past, the present, and the future. So, as we evolved, the organisms that were able to say, hold on, wait a minute, yesterday I did this and today I want to do that. They were able to strive for different goals, achieve more, and that's kind of just going to be like reminiscent of like intelligence and things of that sort. So essentially, it's just that if there's nothing that internally, right, is uniquely kind of causing your actions or your thoughts. Instead, your thoughts prompt your actions, but your thoughts have some cause that are either due to some type of biology or some type of nurture. This is kind of like the whole field of psychology, the nature-nurture debate. And then, there are many different angles we can take this from. It's pretty simple, so yeah.
Okay, if you guys want to just get into it, it's open conversation. So
yeah, so in regards to your claim that free will is basically some type of feeling that we have, would you agree that you are parodying like epiphenomenalism?
Sorry, what's epiphenomenalism?
Epiphenomenalism is essentially that consciousness is something that is a byproduct of neurosynapses, brain activity, and it's not an emergent property, right? So emergentism is kind of the state of neuroscience right now, and determinism was really couched in epiphenomenalism. So it's an epiphenomenon of brain activity. It's a sense that you're free, but it's not actually you're free.
So
that's called epiphenomenalism.
I think there's a distinction between consciousness in of itself and free will. I think that free will is an illusion, correct? We're still a little bit kind of murky on like the nature of consciousness in of itself, but I do believe that free will is a feeling rather than something that is true, something that you can locate, et cetera. I think that instead it's kind of like our conception of like these processes and like the ways that we interact with the world.
So you're arguing that the only thing that exists is materialism, right?
Like the material world?
The material world, right?
Get her.
I don't think I have to posit that to make my claim. Not necessarily. I'm simply
I'm asking, what is your claim? Are you a materialist?
I don't think I have to, like, I haven't completely refined, like, my ideas on kind of, like, materialism versus idealism. I would probably be a materialist, but I don't think I have to, that entails this conversation or it's necessary for the conversation. So.
Well, the idea is if you're assuming materialism or any sort of epiphenomenal understanding of free will as some type of experience that's not rooted in actual consciousness or human agency, it's a circular argument because you're appealing to materialism, your brain, to come up with the universal truth statement that everything is determined.
Hold on, I'm not appealing to the brain. I'm saying that like...
now, how do you come to your knowledge claims?
Okay, so I'm saying that our brain interacts with our environment, right? And that is what creates our wants and desires. And those two things, like for example, I don't...
That's compatibilism.
No, that's not.
Where's
That's
the point
how like
X and Z?
make decisions, right?
But
So
that's called
No.
compatibilism.
So
yeah.
compatibilism is the idea that free will is when you act in accordance with your wants.
Yes,
That's what
that are shaped by
compatibilism
the
is.
external environment.
Yeah, and then
that's
so
exactly
people-
what you
so-
just said.
Yeah, and then,
exactly.
and then
Thank you.
determinists also say, right, that we are also shaped by our wants, but free will does not mean that you act in accordance with your will. It means that you would have some agency in the moment to do whatever you want. In regards to like compatibilism versus determinism, we actually agree on the same facts of reality. We just define free will differently. So yeah, compatibilists would also say, yeah, you're a product of your environment and your biology, just as a determinist would.
Yeah. They just changed the semantic word of freedom, and they say that you're making choices amongst conditioned responses. That's what compatibilism
Okay,
is.
awesome. So there's a difference there in like
that's why I
what should be
highlighted.
determined free will.
Okay,
So,
so
I'm
let's
not
get
a
into
compatibilist.
epistemology. How do you? So are you believe in objective truth?
That there is objective truth?
Yes.
I would say that like we can't make claims onto reality as it absolutely is.
That's a
I
claim.
think that like our kind of
So
faculties.
isn't that what you're doing right now?
Hold on.
Isn't that what you're doing
We make
now?
assumptions every day, right? That like the world around us exists. So we
so
do
bad.
things like science, right, and psychology.
And that's
we
induction,
assume,
yep.
Yeah, it's an assumption, right, that everyone like acts upon today. We don't really know what the world exists outside. What it looks like outside of a human body. We know that, like, for example, ants don't see the same things as us, neither do, like, insects, like, even the color schemes that we see are different than animals. So we know that, like, objectively, the world does not look the way that we see it, right? But we assume that it exists to interact with it, for ease, et cetera. That's how scientists come to conclusions. There are baseline assumptions, right, to engage with any of these practices.
Yeah, but science is also appealing to the laws of logic, the law of identity, and all these different things. I asked you a simple
but
question.
But they all lie on assumptions, yeah.
No, they're not assumptions. So you don't believe that 2 + 2 = 4?
We rely on the.
Does 2 + 2 = 4?
We rely on the assumption.
Does 2 + 2
Can I
equal
answer your
4?
question? Because I don't want it to be a debate where like you're gonna interrupt me and we can't have like.
Yo,
a fruitful
listen to
discussion.
the
If we can,
sound
yeah,
of his
just allow people to
voice.
finish their.
Sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So relying on the assumption that everything around us exists and things of that nature, yeah, I completely agree that there is some truth that we can find, but you must agree upon reality as the basis, right?
So, regarding objective truth, I want to just hammer down what exactly your epistemology is.
My epistemology?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think that in general, I don't think we can say that something is objectively true because I don't think we can like truly like
So
see
determinism
reality
can't
as
be
it
true.
truly is because we already know that our faculties of experience, our
End of the
senses
debate.
are set in some way that we know other animals already don't have, right? So we can only trust like the human experience and like what like patterns that we recognize across the human mind, but we don't exactly know what it could look like outside of a human faculty of like perception. Do
do
you
you know
understand
that?
what that means?
Yeah, which means that you just refuted yourself to
No,
make
it
you're
doesn't.
making universal claims right now.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No,
just
so this
did.
debate-
You're making universal
if we're
claims.
We're not having. Okay.
You just said free will
so
doesn't
this debate
exist.
Relies,
You just
this debate,
now you're cutting me off. So why don't
Okay,
you
do you wanna
why don't you
keep
stop and just relax for a second? Because what
Okay.
you did is you
Oh,
just fundamentally
snap.
contradicted yourself by saying that all we do is we have experiences of our environment. We really can't make universal truth claims, and then you're coming here to actually make a universal truth claim by saying free will doesn't exist, or free will is just an experience, or free will is epiphenomenal, and therefore you've already undermined your own epistemological
So,
foundation
for
and
any-
leads to the inability to have any sort of
Okay.
rational inquiry.
So for any conversation that you have, usually we have some like subliminal assumption that relies like within the conversation. For example, if I'm just like let's say I love the Hunger Games and I'm like Katniss is like the best. She's the best ever. She is the best huntress ever, whatever. You could be like, oh, you're making a universal truth claim. Oh no. But actually, in that conversation,
That's a preference.
what is entailed,
That's a
right?
preference.
Yeah, right.
That's
That's
not
a
a
preference,
truth
but it's a statement.
No,
right? It
that's-
assumes that she's a person.
You realize there's difference
right?
between
So
universal
in that
truth claims and
can I
preferences,
finish my
right?
point?
Hold on, let her
Thank
finish,
you.
let her finish.
Right. So in that conversation, there's an assumption made that we're presuming that we're making the presumption that these people exist at some sense, like at some sense, I guess, of being like fictional characters, right? But there's an
Solipsism.
assumption there that you're making. So I think the most correct way to say that would be like assuming or like knowing that she's a fictional character, Katniss is like the best huntress ever. Right? But like whenever we're in a conversation, whether it be metaphysical, whether it be philosophical, political, there are some underlying assumptions made to make any claim. The underlying assumption with this claim that I'm making is that free will is an illusion, right?
can't
but
know
that's
that,
a
Universal
dude.
claim.
No, it's not.
Free
No,
will
it's
is an
not.
You just
illusion.
said it's
What
an
is a
illusion.
universal? What is a universal claim?
A universal claim is when you make a fact or a truth claim that is universal.
Yeah, no. So it would also mean
That- yeah, that's what it
do you
is.
think so?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Do you see it as synonymous with absolute claims? Do they see there's like a distinction
Between
absolute claims and universal claims?
those would be the same thing. An
Okay,
absolute claim would be
awesome.
universal.
Right. So I
Right.
would make a claim if you want to make it synonymous with like something that just like has to be
Wow.
true. I think that we don't know that anything has to be true unless we like presume that this reality as we live in it is true. Do you understand that?
Yeah, but you
So
just
nothing's true.
again
Like
just
for-
said there's no point in a debate
I
because
never said
it's
there's no point in the debate.
your premise. Your premise, the worldview,
Tell me.
every paradigm has premises and presuppositions built into it. This is called presuppositionalism. And so your presuppositions
Okay.
are contradict the ability to make the claims that
You
you're
understand
making.
that scientists do this like all
No,
the time,
science
right?
isn't. No,
Yeah,
it doesn't.
Scientists presume
You don't
that
have
we
a
can make
worldview that
some
allows
active-
science.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Scientists acknowledge this. Yeah, they do.
I'm very
Scientists
aware.
acknowledge
Do you know what
this.
like
Actually-
the law of causality is?
Oh, yeah, I know what the law of.
Okay,
Do
what's
you?
the law of causality?
You tell me. You're the one
Okay.
that's bringing it up, right? You're the one that has it written
Okay.
down on her paper here
Yeah,
so she can look down and read the
it's-
definition.
Okay, it is here. But yeah, people have no.
These are outlines
are
for your
just-
worldview.
they're different.
I don't have
Fine.
definitions written
Okay.
down.
Anyway, the law of causality essentially says that every event has some cause, right? If it doesn't have a cause, it's random, right?
random.
We make all these claims assuming that we can make some type of like statements on reality, presuming that it exists, right? Scientists must presume that reality exists to make the claims that they do. So in the circumstances of this debate, I'm going to presume that reality exists, and therefore I'm going to make the claim that any event is either caused or uncaused. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, but it's still, you have no epistemological foundation to make
Do you
an
know what
actual claim.
epistemology has to do
What
with
do
we
you
can
know what
know?
you're
Yes,
you're a
it's the study- the
senior.
study
I have
of
a
knowledge.
PhD.
I'm
I
actually a
exactly
junior.
know exactly what epistemology is.
So it's the study of knowledge, what we can
Exactly,
know, et cetera, right?
exactly.
So even in that gives us a framework for knowledge, right? It is the framework that
And
we
I'm
use
saying
to
that you can't make universal knowledge claims within
I don't
that
think
paradigm.
I am making a universal knowledge claim. Most
Does
of the time
free
we're
will
not.
exist?
No.
Okay, then that is a claim. So at no
presuming,
point now
presuming that reality exists, yes.
At no point right now,
Holy
in the
crap,
future,
dude.
in the past, free will has
Over.
existed. Correct?
No.
It's over.
It has or
It
hasn't?
doesn't exist.
Okay,
It's an
that is
illusion.
called a universal truth claim. So you just
it's
made a
not.
universal truth claim.
Over.
You just contradicted the fundamental premise
So that
of your
claim,
worldview.
that claim exists overlying the foundation, this idea that reality exists, right? But that's an assumption, right? So we make baseline assumptions that you exist,
So
that I
your-
exist,
so
that
your
I'm
whole
not hallucinating
presentation
right
is an
now.
assumption.
Yeah, just like
Okay.
we do this every day.
No, it's not, because I
you can
I believe in the laws
You
of
can
logic.
say that you know that you're not a brain in a vat right now, right? And I don't think that you are, right? I choose to believe that you're not because all the evidence I have, navigating this world, right, points to the fact that we all exist, that we're all agents, right, et cetera, right? So I make
Asians?
this presumption, but it's a very, very testable presumption, and it's
dare
almost
you.
gravity is also a theory, but I believe in gravity because it's
not
testable,
really.
right? So just because something is an assumption does not mean that we
not
can't
really
use it or that it's not justifiable in any way.
Yeah, it does actually mean that
Do you
it's
not
not
believe in
justi-
gravity?
That's
What?
now.
Do you
of course,
believe in
I believe in
gravity?
gravity.
But
That's a non
it's a
sequitur.
theory.
It's a really dumb argument that you're
theory.
making. So what?
Okay, so you understand theories can hold
But
true.
theories can actually be built on logical basis.
Yes, and so does this one.
Okay, so where do you? So how do the laws of logic exist?
She's starting
these
to
are
talk like
nonsensical
Dave
things.
Smith.
Yeah. I'm curious what your cosmology is, because if you believe in the Big Bang, and you believe in material evolution ever since then you can't appeal to things like what are called philosophical transcendentals. You can't appeal to the laws of logic. You can't appeal to number theory. You can't appeal to all these different things because they're non-physical and they're universal and they're unchanging.
Holy
You
shit.
can't have
All
let me
the topics-
finish.
okay,
Let me
you're right,
finish.
you're right, I'm sorry.
You can't have non-changing, non-physical things in an entirely materialist universe. This is a
I'm
known
not
thing.
posing any idea
This-
of a non-changing thing.
That's my point. That's
Okay.
exactly my point. Do you
Awesome.
understand?
So-
What do you think my argument is? Because
Your
it doesn't
argument
sound
is
like
that free will exists and that we are causal agents.
without free will there is no reason.
Right, so-
Rationality
There's no
depends upon the
knowledge.
ability to choose between things.
Yeah, right. So I think that human beings can develop rationality and pattern recognition, but the cause for that
Automatically.
is determined, right? You can someone can learn and learn to read patterns or learn to make connections to things, but the causes for that person to get to that point of neuroplasticity is determined. That's what I'm saying. So you can have a want, you can have a desire, you can act on that desire, you can be forced against acting on your desire, but those desires are things that you don't choose. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and my point is that if that's the case, then being here and trying to persuade people to your worldview
Do you have any
makes no sense.
contention with the actual view, though? Because
Yeah,
you keep saying,
I've laid
here's
out.
the consequence.
I laid out
Okay.
multiple points
So
about how your paradigm makes no. Let me finish. You just talk. Let me finish.
No, I didn't get to finish. You kept speaking.
What?
I think it
wasn't
was
done.
her turn to talk. Let her finish, and then go ahead, David. Or sorry, Patrick. My mistake. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So my view is that, which you haven't attacked whatsoever, is that wants, right, are not coming from this individual. Instead, we can like find some type of cause, right, that extends outside the person, that terminates outside the person, right?
Yeah.
Do you have an argument against
Yeah,
that
actually,
point?
multiple neuroscience experiments has demonstrated that, again, dealing with Libet and dealing with these resting potentials has shown that people can actually prevent a series of, or a cascade effect from the actions occurring, which demonstrates a sense of agency. This is why you are not in step with the contemporary neuroscience. You're not in step in contemporary psychology. You referred to psychology earlier. Those fields do not uphold a deterministic worldview. No, they do not.
So no one's
no,
saying,
they do not. And so
no one's saying that, for example, like we can have a lot of people in poverty that are born into poverty and persist in that cycle. And you can have a couple people rise out of that poverty by some mechanisms, right? People can act that's in ways that seem to be unpredicted. But we're saying that reason that they did choose or did not act in the way that most people did is also determined. For example, let's say, you're born into poverty, but you had an IQ of like 130, right? So you're just like smarter than the average person. You're able to excel at school better than other people, and thus, you somehow became a millionaire. We're saying that the reason that you were able to rise up out of that position is not because you just pulled yourself out of your bootstraps, but because your IQ was higher than the average person, and that predicted success. That's what we're saying.
Oh, snap.
Okay.
You can bite into this.
But still, I'm not arguing that external conditions don't affect people's lives and have influence in people. Of course it does.
I'm saying that's what makes a person do.
Sorry to pause it real quick, but that's brutal because if she's going to argue reparations later in this argument, she's admitting if you look at the IQ test and the IQ determines the outcome, that you can't blame anyone else for the outcome.
Yeah, I'm saying it's not, and here or there, and demonstrates, and this is where the latest research in neuroscience actually is.
So no one's saying
tell me what experiments in neuroscience validate?
So
because I'm literally looked at all the research.
The entire nature and nurture debate.
She does.
If like the cause of someone's action does not come from their nurture, it comes from their nature.
She kind of sounds like Mike Tyson a little bit. I feel like she's gonna suddenly slide into Mike Tyson.
Right. So this could be biology. This could be like, for example, we can look at like Phineas Gage. I believe his name is. He had like some type of pole that like went through his eye, and through his him to act impulsively, and he was doing things that we consider bad. The reason why is because there's something in the brain, right, that controls your impulses, that controls your social ability, etc., right? And so it kind of comes down to, again, these things that you inherit, right, biologically.
You should straight up be like, was slavery determined?
It also comes from things like socialization. If you're in a household that is abusive, you can end up finding yourself acting in ways that are socially uncohesive, in ways that we don't want. So I'm saying that even if someone does rise against what we call their biology or their socialization, the result is, or the reason always comes from they're either one or the other, the biology or the social.
So why is the abuse bad?
Because I personally don't think that it's okay to.
So it's just a personal belief. It's just your preference that abuse is bad.
I think that. So are we going to switch to a morality debate, or do you want to stay on the
It's
topic
all the same thing.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's
It all,
determinism.
again, there's only three legs
No,
to
it's not.
worldviews.
This is
okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, then go into morality.
No, I don't want to go into morality. We're talking about
we
free
are.
will.
We are.
No, this is a free will debate.
Exactly.
So,
If morality entails free will. What are you talking about?
No, you don't have to talk about.
Yes, you
morality.
do.
You do not need to talk about.
Yes,
that.
She's so toast.
This is like you can talk about this from a purely neuroscience, like level, or you can talk about it from
You're not. You can't come here and debate determinism and then refuse to even engage with morality and ethical discussions.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So I feel like I haven't been able to. What causes people to act the way that they do?
It's a series of factors. They have their own human agency. Again,
Can
nurture
you explain
and
that? Any proof or evidence of that?
Will you let me freaking talk? I mean, I say one sentence and you're already cutting me
Let
off.
him finish if you can. Go ahead.
So again, there's multiple factors that contribute to the way that people exist in the world. Human
She's
agency.
about to write a rap verse.
Again, nature and nurture, all these things are included. It's not one or the other. And the idea that we have to just restrict our our defense to just one particular one. That's ridiculous. That's not how the world works. It's both and. There's multiple factors that contribute, that shape to a human person, their parents, trauma, environment, genetics, all these things are included, but that doesn't deny that people have human agency and free will. And so if free will doesn't exist, you cannot make any moral claim because nobody is morally responsible. Nobody is ethically responsible. And this would be true for the history of injustices. This would be true for the patriarchy. Can I finish a thought? That would be true for patriarchy. That would be true for SA. That would be true for reparations. That would be true for slavery. All these things entail that there is some type of moral arbiter that differentiates between good and bad. Your worldview does not allow that to even occur.
What is this human agency? Like, can you just define it for me? I'm clueless. What is that?
Yeah, for me as a Christian, it's being made in the image of God, Genesis 1:26.
All right, so it's every human has this human agency. It means you're made in the image of God.
Correct.
And God gives you this human agency, correct?
Being made in the image of God, yes.
All right, so if every person gets this human agency, they're given at birth, essentially, right? So what makes some people's human agency act differently than other people's?
We just said there's a whole contributing list of factors.
All right, so the other factors you labeled had to do with nature and nurture, the biology and the environment. You talked about
those
parents.
are included.
Right. So if these two things that we agreed already are fixed, right, our biology.
They're not fixed.
Yes, they are. You don't control the biology that you inherit.
Your environment changes.
Do you control the biology that you inherit?
Well, biology.
Yes or no?
Biology is fixed.
Okay,
your environment is not fixed because you can change environments.
So
that was a dumb argument.
That was a dumb argument. Let each other finish. Go ahead, finish.
That was a dumb argument because biology, but we're talking about nature and nurture, and so environments can actually change.
Okay, so your biology is fixed, right?
Really
so what would make someone want to change their environment? Just like, give me an example.
They want new scenery.
Why would they want new scenery?
You tell me. You have to ask them.
No.
You have to ask them.
Okay, right. So if we were look at the reason why someone has a preference for new scenery, we can look at things like just like what they're like kind of exposed to at a young age. For example, like if they grew up around beaches, maybe they would like beaches. Or it could just be like the things that they've been shown like through TV, media, etc. All the stimuli. However, at this young age, where all these core beliefs are being like kind of taught to you and instilled in you, you don't control any of that, right? Your preferences are made at this like a younger age. We see this idea of core beliefs come up a lot in psychology, where like your deepest beliefs about society and yourself, who you are, this illusion of free will, and the self comes about a lot of times when you're younger, right? So even now, when you have the agency now to change environment, which you don't really have that agency when you're like 2 years old. Let's say you're like 20 and you can move. That preference that we're talking about to change scenery or to fly to Paris
about the action,
comes from
not the preference.
Determined, right? Like circumstances. That's what we're saying. And any given event, we keep asking why you wanted this thing or why you did this thing. It is either coming from like some internal, like some nurture, right? Something like that has been like experienced, or from someone's biology. That's what we're saying. And once again, this human agency, you haven't explained in any regard how this thing, like if it's first of all, if it's given to you from God, how is it yours? Like, how did you choose your human agency? Number one. And number two, when we look at how it interacts with your biology, if biology affects your human agency, we know that that's fixed, that's already out of your control once again. So it comes down to the same
That doesn't mean that, again, but that's a non sequitur. There's a logical non sequitur to say just because your biology is determined, that limits or curtails all human agency. That makes no sense.
What is human agency? It's your
the ability to have free will, the ability to make decisions, rational deliberation, moral responsibility, love, these types of things actually insinuate free will.
You're begging the question in defining free will. Free will is free will. Agency is agency.
That's not begging the question.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Human agency and free will mean the same thing. Can you give a distinction?
Exactly, but my point is...
So you're saying human agency is human agency.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
And you're not explaining any reason why we have that.
Okay, I'll make an easy argument here. You cannot have rational deliberation, you cannot have moral responsibility without human agency and free will.
And therefore,
let me finish. And therefore, you can actually not have a universal epistemology or make universal truth claims. You cannot make moral and ethical truth claims, which is the point, and that's why you're already shying away from getting in any type of moral ethical debate, because you have no leg to stand on in regards to deliberating and differentiating why white people did this in history, why this is bad and this is unjust. You have no basis to actually define those.
Okay, so once again, you still have not proven why it exists. You're saying if it doesn't exist, then this.
Exactly.
That's not an argument
no, that's actually logical.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
XNT, you have a lot of assertions but no arguments.
You can't have knowledge without it. You cannot have knowledge. You cannot sit here and make knowledge claims.
A reason would be some type type of evidence or proof that something exists.
It's to the
You have
exclusion of
said
the
that
opposite.
Nope.
Yes,
Let
it
me
is.
continue. So to give a reason for something would be, oh yeah, human agency exists because we can look at this and this proves it. Or,
Okay,
we can
neuroscience.
look at...
The arguments that
And
demonstrate
can
when
I-
people
I
reach a
haven't finished.
threshold,
I
they're
didn't
able
get
to stop
finish.
that.
I didn't get to finish. Thank you.
Sweetie.
So, okay. Anyway,
You make
so
no
when we look
sense.
at human agency, you have said that the outcome would be blank. We can talk about moral responsibility. I would love to do that. But human agency has
good.
still not been evidenced by
Right,
you. You're
right.
saying that neuroscientists have found, right, that I don't actually know how your neuroscience. Like, we can actually talk about your neuroscience claim. if
To
you
the
want.
exclusion
so
of the
melanite.
opposite. These
Oh,
are using
dude.
laws of logic, right? So if free will doesn't exist, you can't have knowledge claims. If you can't have knowledge
Not
claims,
so
then
melanite.
if there is knowledge,
That's so good.
therefore free will exists. That is
Not true.
and again, I can just use easy syllogisms. Do you have a syllogism for determinism?
I
Do you have a
one-
logical syllogism that actually
Actually,
you
I
can't.
do. Actually, I do.
Okay,
I have
let's
one
hear it.
in relation
Actually.
to
Let's hear it.
God, but I do want to touch on this neuroscience point. How do you think that neuroscience entails or like free
The
will?
study of
Because
neuroscience?
there's been multiple experiments. This is, again, getting back to David Schurger's 2012 article, RP as
The study of neuroscience assumes that someone has the intent and the ability to act on studying neuroscience. Forget neuroscience, what it is.
We have multiple experiments to show that people can choose not to. And the fact that they can choose not to do it demonstrates they have some type of agency against
No.
the deterministic
So we accidentally studied neuroscience?
and neurological processes
Determinists
that
are
you
not-
would argue.
Determinists are not saying that you are bound by like your inherited
It
biology.
depends on who you're
No,
talking
so-
about, and you're
but
making a
talking to
generalized
me,
claim.
though, but you're
Okay, so
talking
don't
to
say
me.
determinist then,
Okay,
because
so
actually
I would
many
assume that when you
determinists
come
do.
into this debate and you give me like some type of like refutation, it's like tailored to me and like.
Well,
like
you
what I'm
have
saying,
hard-
right? So
You've made
you've made
multiple
some general
contradictory
like blanket like statement and said it replies to like determinists.
Well,
I'm saying
that just
determinists don't
demonstrates
have
human
to.
agency. You asked me to demonstrate
Can I
human
finish what
agency.
I'm saying?
Multiple
Can I
neuroscience
finish?
arguments do
Can
that.
I finish?
You just
Stop
asked me
talking.
to demonstrate
No,
agency.
I'm responding to
Multiple
you. I'm
neuroscience
responding
arguments
to
have
you.
done
But
that.
This like Andrew Wilson debate tactic is so
Oh,
old.
Andrew
genetic
Wilson debate
fallacy.
Yes.
tactic?
But anyway,
What are you
I'm gonna
talking
continue.
about?
So back to what I was saying. So in regards to like determinism in of itself, not all determinists have to entail that like. I don't think any determinists entail that like you can't act differently than like in some way like your biology predicts. That's not true. And also,
Actually, there are
someone
some
would,
that do.
Well,
Yeah.
that's not mean. You're
I
dating
didn't
me.
say
So
that.
anyway,
Did I say some that do,
you're-
or did I
if you're-
say Zena?
If you're bringing in
See,
an
it's-
argument, it should be a refutation
So
against
retarded.
my point.
I'm saying
Anyway,
generally
so-
regards to the
and
argument.
what
You're
that
talking about
means is-
determinism.
so when we
You're
talk
talking about determinism.
reasons-
I said determinism generally speaking. All right?
Okay.
So keep
So-
up. You're like 3 steps behind.
Okay. So when we talk about when someone acts against any type of like biological stimuli, there's still a reason for that is going to like bottom out in nurture. So that what you just brought up is not a refutation against determinism.
It is. The entire field of neuroscience, this is why
No,
they
it's not.
believe that there's human
No.
agency. This is why the philosophy of mind has adopted emergentism and believes that
No,
human
it's not.
agency is an irreducible fact.
Someone choosing against
So
some
you're
type of
saying that's not the
biological
case in the
proclivity-
philosophy of mind right
I'm
now.
saying that what you're saying does not
In the philosophy of
entail
mind, you're saying
free
that's
will.
not the case. The majority of philosophers in the philosophy of mind do not believe that human agency is an irreducible fact.
I think that if they meet it in
No,
the
no, no, let's talk
compatibilist
about the
sense,
field.
no, if we talk about a field,
Yeah.
if they meet it in the compatibilist sense, that might be true. I think that a lot of neuroscientists and a lot of philosophers are like compatibilists, but I don't believe that they believe
No,
in this,
they
like,
are not.
No, I know for a
Can you imagine believing that developing and engineering a fake heart, like a heart transplant, was totally accidentally and determined? Like there was no intent and action.
This is not even the case of
you
academic.
can look it up.
I actually write academic papers. I actually
That's
write
fine.
books and stuff. So I
That's
actually
really
deal in these
depressing to me.
circles and I deal with
That
philosophers.
makes me happy because it must
I
not
di-
be that hard. Sorry.
Ad hominem already. Wow. So we're off to
You
a great
almost
start.
called me the
She's
R
a
word
feisty
earlier.
little
The R
neutral.
word.
I-
What?
Yeah, I heard.
Oh, retard? The R word.
I don't know if that's
Oh
supposed to
my
be. We can get back
gosh.
to the
Oh
debate,
my
Joe.
gosh. Did your Fifi? Yeah. Did your Fifis get hurt?
I didn't say I was hurt.
Well, it sounds like
It
it.
sounds like you were hurt when I ad hominem'd you.
Well, my
No,
point
that's
is that
what
it's a
you're
logical
doing.
fallacy
But I
and
wanna- I do wanna get-
demonstrates the infutility
Okay,
of your
so
argument.
I don't even want to count how many times you've done that, but it's fine. Anyway, we can get back
You
to
Times I've
are.
said an ad hominem?
Yes.
How many? Tell me. How many
So
times have I?
I love
no,
how
tell
you
me.
want to pivot.
Tell me how many
We're
times have
talking
I?
about free will.
That's my
Do you
point.
want to talk about free will?
Exactly.
Okay. So again, if someone acting against any type of biological stimuli does not entail free will, that means that the cause still bottoms out somewhere in like socialization or nurture. That's not determinists don't don't say that like biology is the end all be all that makes your action. So
yeah, I know. And you have the
Okay.
environment and exterior stimuli. That's
Okay,
part of
awesome.
the worldview.
So when you say that like someone,
But the contrary, again, it's necessary of the contrary logical argument here. If there is no human agency, you cannot have true rational deliberation. That's a fact.
what do you mean by true rational deliberation, by the way?
Being able to choose amongst different things and come to true knowledge claims.
Yeah, so you're not going to be the sole agent in like the things that you choose, in like in the credences that you have and the beliefs that you have. That's correct. However, people can speak and have discussions, and someone else, you know, like using like their language, right, to sway your opinion. That happens all the time. So yes, debates can.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
Worldview with your deterministic
It's not a
argument
worldview, it's a fact of the
it's not a
the human
fact.
condition.
It's not a
Yes, it is.
fact.
Yes.
Okay, let's get into logic. So 2 + 2 = 4. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Is that always true?
What do you mean by always?
It past,
Depends on what
present,
you
and
mean
in the
by
future. Is it a
always.
universal
I mean, it
truth?
depends. Like, there's like an entire like debate over like whether we've like found math or it's always existed. Like, for example, if there was no one to see it, like in the cosmos, and we had two particles like just like rolling around each other, does that mean two? Like, does that still exist? Does math still exist in that context? I think that math is probably something that we like observe and that we've kind of come to use like in a utility sense.
You observed
but I don't
math?
think that I think there probably needs to be someone there counting for like for there to be one or two or three things. I think it's like there's some utility in math. So I don't necessarily
What?
think it's like something that you can quantify in this way of
Holy
always existing. I think it's something that we kind of constructed.
So you're saying numbers are only dependent upon the things in the world?
Holy shit,
I mean,
dude.
if there's no things in the world, yeah, there's no.
So, in other words, unless someone's counting, there's a male and a female, then there isn't one male and one female.
Logical way.
Okay, I would probably disagree. I
So
mean, I just don't
creation
see-
is not ordered in a logical way.
Wow.
Okay, do you believe in the
I
laws
mean-
of logic?
I think that the laws of logic are like we use
What are
them
they?
like utility wise, right? To come to conclusions and to like you know.
So they
see
could be
patterns, et
they could
cetera.
be false in the
That's not
future.
what I'm saying.
It's
I'm saying that
I'm
we've
asking you a
constructed system.
question. Okay, I'm asking you, could they be false in the future? That's
if,
what
if
you're
they
saying.
say if the laws of physics stay constant, probably not. No.
So you think they are universal? That if the laws of
mean that they-
physics stay the same, then the laws of logic
For
are
example,
gonna...
if you make a system like and like whatever conditions that precede the system continue to exist, it will continue to stay true. However, to say that like numbers and math, the way that we have like imagined it, has always existed, probably not. It's just a system. For example, today I could say that like I don't know like 2 + 2 = 5. And if everyone starts to kind of agree with those terms or whatever, we can make that a system that works. But I just don't think that like
How would that work? Because everything we build, engineering, geometry, all this stuff is based on actually numbers mean things. Again, they're built on
yeah, numbers
logical
mean
principles.
things,
So
but
to make my point is, you claiming that if we make 2 + 2 = 5, that somehow we can make that work. Actually,
I mean,
you can't.
More so,
you can't
I'm more
because
so
it
meant
defies logic.
I meant in the semantic sense. But like either way,
Of
2
course, in a
+ 2
semantic
equaling
sense.
4 exists.
You could say 2 + 2 = pineapple and make it work so long as pineapple equaled the value of 2 + 2.
Because it has some meaning that we gave it.
No, it has. It's not. We didn't give it meaning. That we discovered the laws
If
of
Jay
logic.
was
We
here, he'd go
discovered
into
mathematics. These
coconuts,
things are
right?
universals and they're non-physical.
Yeah, this is just going to be like, I don't think it's like an actual
needs
tangible
coconuts.
thing. I think most things that we see as things are tangible. I think it's an ideological system. I think it works. I think it's for pattern recognition, et cetera. But I don't think that we can in any way kind of like say that like this system existed before humans.
Right, and that's an entirely incoherent worldview. Again, this is what the people that use presuppositional apologetics or even presuppositional philosophy. This is what's called, you know, the postmodern turn, is realizing that the modernist project is ended, and the history of metaphysics.
Free will anymore.
What's that?
I just would really love to talk about free will.
It's all connected, you
Free will
dipshit.
is tied with all this stuff. What are you talking
this
about?
is like you pivoting and going down this rabbit hole so that we
Is
never
that-
gets to actual.
This is all about free will. You cannot have rational deliberation,
You can-
objective truth,
we
and moral
operate
responsibility
off of-
without free will.
we
That's what
operate
we're
off of
talking
assumptions
about.
every single day.
That's
I
what we're
assume
talking about.
That this reality that we live in exists.
Okay,
I
that's
assume
great that
you're right in
your
front of
whole
me,
thing is a
and-
belief
and-
based on your assumption.
Yeah,
That we've
I think
heard
that
it. That's
everyone's
wonderful.
doing that all the time. And
That's
you can
wonderful.
say that things must be true.
We'd
but
love
the
to
only
hear
thing
about
they
your
must be
preferences,
true,
but that's all
you're
they
only
are.
saying that things are true because you don't like the opposite, and that.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
I'm
you
saying
are.
that
You're
What?
saying- dude,
the
can I
opposite
finish?
can't exist.
Can I
If
finish
if
talking?
you're right, there aren't objective
Can
truth
I finish
claims.
talking?
You-
So,
that's my
in
point.
all of your arguments, you have not given any actual proof or evidence.
Everybody watching this debate who's
So,
familiar
I
with
wanna
logic and
continue
philosophy
talking
knows
now.
exactly what's going on.
I don't
And
know-
shout out to all you guys. God bless you all.
He continues to interrupt me, and I just.
What about this? Do you want to pose him some questions? Do you want to do
I
an
would
internal
love to do
critique?
that.
Yeah, let's do
I've
it.
been trying to
She
do
is
that.
rude.
I'm trying to get at like what proof or evidence you have of human agency, and you've given me this neuroscience argument that I've already debunked, and you'll continue to say it over again. But again,
Ask
how
her
can you
to raise
prove
her
that
hand.
human agency exists without referencing, because the outcome of the latter I don't like.
You're
what
debating.
Evidence do you
I
have?
never said.
Did
I
you
never
willfully
said it was a
Evidence do
come
you
to
have
the
for
debate?
human agency?
I never said it was a preference.
What
Let me
agency-
finish.
Jesus Christ.
Just shut your mouth and let me finish.
course. Okay.
Thank you. About time. So the idea is I'm using
Yo,
logic.
listen to the sound of his voice. It's the voice of white
It
supremacy
is.
and smugness.
It is.
It's the voice of oppression.
That's right.
You have evidence for.
That's what logic is. Do you understand what a debate is
That's not
premised on?
evidence.
Yeah,
What do you
logic
think
is not
evi-
evidence.
what do you
The
think
laws of logic are not.
evidence is? What do you
Oh
think
my
evidence
God.
is?
Just if you can, please let each other finish.
The
Let
laws
them
of
finish.
logic are not evidence. That's what the entire mathematics is built upon. So mathematics isn't evidence, logic isn't evidence, philosophy can't be evidence. The only thing that is evidence is if I just have a preference that I assume based on my external environment, and then I can come to some type of claim. That's wonderful. That's a really, really strong argument. My argument is that if free will doesn't exist, there is no objective truth claim, and there is no moral responsibility. And even in your worldview, I know that you act and move in the world as if those things are true. My point is your paradigm, the presuppositional paradigm, the lens in which we look at reality through, your presuppositional paradigm does not actually allow for objective truth and moral
If we were
responsibility,
to-
and therefore, by definition, can't be true based on logical premises.
Okay,
Logical
if-
premises are the argument that I'm
If we could
making.
have turned back the clock 5 minutes ago when, I don't know, you're probably raising your voice or something like that.
Probably.
If we could have done that, could you have chosen differently? If everything
no,
was the
you
same, there's
didn't.
no interference, no different cause coming in, could you have stood up and gone to the bathroom?
Yeah, I can. I'm a free agent. Yeah,
Why?
I can make choices.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Again, for me, I'm going to appeal back to a theological system in which we're made in the image of God, and then utilize that premise to say, if that is true, therefore we can have objective truth, therefore we can have moral responsibility, therefore we can have a totalizing metaphysics
Okay.
that deals with being itself and unity.
So because you were made in the image of God, you have free will. That's your kind of your.
Well, fundamentally, yeah.
Okay, so being made in the image of God means that you have free will. Okay, so and this like again, it's kind of like the same idea of like a soul, like this idea of like the agency thing. This is where people say that like it's given to you by God, and then people are kind of like, thus can kind of live with it, etc. The soul, like, do you agree?
I would just push that back on her. It'd be like if someone was on trial for essaying you in a violent way, would it be okay if the judge said, "Hey, listen, lady, he had no control over that, so he can't be guilty"?
So I believe in a form of Aristotelian hylomorphism. Do you familiar with what that is?
Nope.
Okay, so hylomorphism, these have to do with theories, and this theory is it's utilized more and more frequently in the philosophy of mind. And hylomorphism argues that soul actually gives form to the body. And so form is dependent upon the existence of soul. And that's exactly what we as Orthodox Christians would believe, is that the soul is actually what's giving rise to the body. And so our anthropology as a human being is soul, body, and nous. Nous being the eyes of the soul, the eyes of the heart.
So
be your noetic faculty, your mind, imagination, these types of
is
things.
everyone's soul? Does everyone born with a different kind of soul?
Yeah, everybody has their own soul, yeah.
Okay, and God gives it to them,
Of course.
and your soul causes you to act differently than other people.
Your soul allows you to have free agency. It does, again, the use cause is trying to put it into a sort of deterministic framework.
She's confusing, like, if our actions are proper to sort of our nature is a different question of whether or not our nature causally our actions.
Soul is different. What does that mean?
Everybody is a unique person.
Meaning that they act differently, right?
They can act differently, or
Right.
they could act
Okay,
similarly,
So people are
or they could act the same.
So everyone has a different soul, and this soul, like, is what is also entailed as like this agency or whatever. But this agency, everyone's agency is different. Everyone's soul is different. So essentially, the soul can prompt different actions and different outcomes in different people. correct?
Yeah.
Okay, if your soul is given to you from God and it can prompt different actions within you than other people, this means that there's something entailed in that soul that you were given by God that is causing you to act differently
Not
than
causing.
other people.
Prompt
Meaning that
is
you're
not
not
the
the
same
arbiter
as
of
causing.
it.
No,
It's your
that's
soul
not.
given
That's a
from
non
God.
sequitur. That actually is not a logical
Saying
follow.
that word a lot.
No, well, because you keep falling victim to non sequiturs.
No, it's
and
not.
so
That logically
just
follows.
because God gave you a soul, or even God foreknows the end of history, does not actually entail determinism.
Yes, it does.
No, it does not.
Yes, it
so
does.
how? Okay, so you understand that God is outside space and time, right?
Yep.
And so the difference is actually watching the choices that we've already made is not the same thing as making us make the choice.
He doesn't have to
When you
watch
go to a restaurant and there's only certain items on the menu, are you determined to choose something, or is actually there's a set of opportunities to make choice?
It's not opportunities. It's not.
It's not opportunities.
No.
So when you tell me
once again,
how
so when
you
we talk
choose when
about
you go to
omniscience, no, right? When we talk about omniscience, right? If God does not need to be seeing everything in linear time, to
This is
know
why
what
she wants to
will
stay away from
always
morality.
happen, right? If
Right.
you just look at just like the story of like anyone in the Bible, like Noah from Noah's Ark, he already knew everything that was going to happen, and thus Noah could not have acted outside of God's knowledge.
No, he could. He could have chose not to listen to God. That's
Right.
the whole point of being a Christian, is
Noah-
that we're aligning our will with God's will.
God
That's
knew,
the whole point of being a Christian.
God knew that he would not act in accordance with God, correct? God knew that Noah would not act in accordance with God.
God, as outside space and time, knew that Noah would make.
Free will definitely doesn't. Well, how did you willfully say that, Jack, or did you sign up for your own YouTube, or something else did that?
I get to
Error.
make the argument.
That's a
yet.
category error.
I didn't make the error that you're trying to. I haven't
That's a
been able to-
category. You said that
I haven't been able to speak
omniscience
yet.
demands determinism.
So again, if God knew, he doesn't have to be looking at this from like a linear perspective of time, but if he always knew, he's omnipotent and omnipresent,
Oh, gosh,
whatever.
this
If he
argument
always
again.
knew what Noah could do, by definition, Noah could not do what God did not know he would do, aka God knew there was some path that everyone was going to have. God knew what their future would hold, what their present would hold, what their past would hold, whatever. There's some future that
Right.
existed for Noah, and he could not have acted out of accordance with it because God already knew it.
But
They always
God
confuse
knowing
these
does
two.
not entail causation of him
I
causing the
didn't say
person
that
to
he
choose
caused it. I'm saying that he couldn't have acted differently. I do think there is an
he
argument
could-
for
It's the same
causation.
No,
argument.
you're again.
Regardless,
That's a
he could not have
category
acted
error because
differently.
God is out.
Can you do something that God does not know you will do?
He's
doesn't mean
outside
it's
space
cause.
and time, so he's already looking at history as a finished, completed thing. He knows the choices I'm going to make before I've made them, but that doesn't mean that I did
Can
not
you
have
do-
free will to make my choices.
Can you do something that God does not know you will do?
No, because God's
that's
already
an
outside
established
space
cause.
and time. But again, that
So,
doesn't necessarily
just
that's
raised
not
my-
causal necessity.
I just raised my hand. God knew I was going to raise my hand. Could I have not risen my hand?
You could have, and then God would have known that
That
that's what
would
you were
mean
going
that
to
I
not.
could have
No,
done-
it's not, because
No.
that's a category error. You
No,
could have
God,
chose
this is
not
so
to not
stupid.
raise your hand, and God would have known that's what you already chose.
So dumb.
Exactly.
So, by
On your own
definition-
premise, you just contradicted
no,
yourself. Yes,
so
you
We have a
did.
past, a present, and a future.
You just contradicted
We have
yourself.
a past and a present and a future, right?
thank you.
I could not have risen my hand.
Or you
because-
could have, or could not have. God being
that's
outside
not
space and
true,
time would already have
because
known.
I didn't, though, right? So if we look
So?
at that, that means that I couldn't have. Right, so if we look at like what God knows, if God knows some like events are going to happen, you cannot do whatever He wants. For example, if God
That's
knows,
an assertion.
let's say tomorrow God knows that I'm going to pick.
I always ask the argument for this. They make the assertion. I say, give me an argument.
Knows.
But you're putting the cart before the horse, because God only knows it because He's outside space and time, and for Him, you've already made the decision.
No, He doesn't already know it. He knows it because He knows it because.
No,
he's
He
God.
knows
It's
it
not
because He's outside
of-
space and time.
No, God
yes,
doesn't have any
it is.
conditions.
The
God
action's
does not
already
have any
happened for
condi-
Him.
God does not have
the
any
action.
conditions.
God has already seen
It's
the
not-
action.
God-
Wait, guys, one at a time. Go ahead.
Okay. I think that you're thinking of God in some type of like human perspective, in that someone has to know things by having seen them play out or in some way.
Already
Knows
has.
things
Jack says the choice happens before we have time to choose it. Well, then it's not a choice. What are you talking about? It's an event, which means your own epistemic knowledge of that, including your statement, can't be known, Jack. So you don't even know what you're saying because there's no you to say it.
Not a causal necessity for every decision I make. I have free agency, I have free will, and God being outside space and time, being the beginning of the Alpha, the beginning of creation, and the meaning of creation, the Omega, He has already seen the choices that we make.
Yeah,
that
so
doesn't mean that
you're
I'm
just
putting
describing
I'm not
fallacious
anthropomorphizing God,
You're just-
because
you're
that's
putting
not
some-
something
Hold
that
on, let him
humans can
finish.
actually.
Go ahead.
That's not something that humans can actually do. So the
Yeah.
idea that that's an anthropomorphic.
You're right. You agree? No, there's no you. There's no I, Jack. When you say I, you're already contradicting your view. There's no I to agree. That would assume that there's a you. There's just an object. There's no Jack.
Definition, does it say that God knows everything, not because he's all-knowing, but because he's able to sit like
That's
at the
also
end
a
of time
contradiction,
and just
Jack.
know all the events because he just
You're in a
he
contradiction.
can see them all. Like I don't think that that's like it's not because of some chronological order, but because all knowledge is bestowed to him.
Sure.
Right. So that doesn't.
Well,
mean,
he is the source of knowledge.
Exactly. He's the source of knowledge, and he knows all things that will exist. So it's not because he was able to like watch, in his head like how everything was. He can do this, but it's not because he like he could watch in his head like all of history play out, and then he knew, okay, she's going to do this. It's because he knows, right? So it's like,
what's the difference?
That's
Exactly.
right.
because
Ortho,
you're
bro.
saying that if you didn't raise your hand, right, God would have
You
known
could have
that.
done either one, yeah.
No,
and God
that's
would have
not
known.
true,
Yeah.
right?
How is that not
because
true?
there-
You could have done either one.
Okay, so I'm saying that we couldn't have done either one because God knew I was going to do that one thing. There's not multiple realities.
No,
The reality that
God
created
knowing,
for us.
that's a logical non sequitur. Just
it's
because
not.
he knows what we choose does not mean that our choice is totally dependent. He forces
is
us
a
to choose.
Can
contradiction.
you do what God does not know you will do?
God already knows the decision I make before I've made it. He knows the
Okay.
decisions I'm going to make in
So-
10 years from now. I haven't even
so
made
the
them yet,
decisions
and
that
that's
you've-
part of the.
Jack, the contradiction is in P1, you're saying the self is an illusion, but there has to be a self that is determining that the self is an illusion. So you're appealing to the thing that you're calling an illusion. So you can't know that statement to be true. That's retarded.
These are called uncreated energies of God, and these are the things in which differentiate us from the animal kingdom and differentiate us from operating purely based on instincts or in a deterministic
the
way that's
decisions that
framed
you've-
through nature and nurture.
Can we
Why don't you let me
have a
finish
cutoff?
something so you can actually
It's been
argue
like
what I'm
2
talking
minutes.
about?
No.
So what? 2
I
minutes?
can't
We're in a
respond.
debate. We're in a debate, guys.
Yeah.
God
And talk
God
to the
forgive me.
audience.
I said something more than
Talk to
2
the
minutes.
audience.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ. I wonder if y'all, anyway. So again, decisions that you've made, God, before you ever made them, God knew you were going to make them, correct? Before you even
That
made the
doesn't mean
decision
cause.
to like come here today, God knew you were going to do that. correct?
Yes, that's where
So if
providence
God
comes
knew
in.
you were going to do that, you could have not come here.
No, because I've already made the choice from God's perspective. He's
No.
outside space and time. I've
Okay,
already made
Stop
the
so
muting
choice.
the
that means that
debate.
you could-
Shut up.
Could not
Why don't you
have
shut up?
decided not to come because God knew before you came that you were
Mute
going
you.
to come here.
No. God's knowledge
You're-
does not
you
does
in
not
timeout.
determine my choices.
You're in
Okay.
He
timeout
knows
now.
my choices
By
because I
definition,
chose
they
them.
do. So now
No,
you're
it
saying that he
doesn't by
knows them
definition.
because-
It doesn't
If
make
he
any
knew
sense.
them
That's not a
before
logical
If he
argument.
knew them before you chose them, then he doesn't know them because you chose them.
He knows them
before-
because I chose
Right.
them, yes.
So you said earlier that it's he knew them before you chose them. So that was a contradiction.
Yes, but I still have free will and causal agency. That's the
So
whole
that was
idea of
so
repentance.
can you acknowledge that
Let
you
him
just contradicted
finish.
Let
yourself?
me finish. Really, she says a question. So that's the whole premise of a Christian
Yes,
worldview in
jeez.
regard to repentance, moral responsibility,
I know what that
objective
is.
truth. And so without those things, so it's like you're arguing that the Christian paradigm somehow doesn't allow for free will because
It doesn't.
God's omnipotent and omniscient.
Yes.
And I'm saying that does not make any sense at
It
all
makes
because
total
the
sense.
entire paradigm is built upon the idea that we have causal
That's what I'm
agency
saying.
made in the image of God. That's the
I would ask
entire
her
worldview of a
So
Christian.
To
I love that
to
this
give
is
an
live
argument
stream
for it,
and
right?
also going to be on YouTube, so we can just rewind to the point where you said that God knows things before you make the decision.
Yeah, he's
and
outside
then you
space and
changed
time.
That no. Then I want to be able to speak because I've let you.
Then
do
speak.
your-
I
okay.
will speak.
So we know that God knows the things that you are going to do before that you do them, right? And then you said that God only knows these things because you did them. So that is a complete contradiction, right? In
What
rhetoric
I'm
that you
saying
just made.
is
so
his
can you
knowledge.
acknowledge that contradiction?
His knowledge does not
answering my
determine.
question.
His knowledge does not determine the choices I make.
You're not answering.
So just because he knows the choices I make
You're not
does
answering
not
my
determine what choices I actually choose.
You're not answering my question.
Restate your question.
Is it that God knows things before you? Does God know the decisions that you make before you make them, or does God know them because you make them?
Was like
Both, essentially, because again, he's outside space and time. This is a
Okay.
non-temporal form of knowledge.
So it is true that
Wait, you got to let him answer the question.
You're using temporal frameworks to talk about God's omniscience, and that makes no sense. The point is, we actually can make free will choices.
Okay.
God knows the choices we're going to make. And that doesn't determine what the choices that we
Complete
make.
contradiction in those.
No, it
statements.
doesn't.
Yes.
No, it
So
doesn't.
If God,
Ask
so
her the
you
P.
posited that God knows things that you're going to do before you do them. Then that means that if God knows something that you're going to do before you do it, you
He
cannot
doesn't
do
force
anything
you.
Hold on,
other
let her
than that.
finish. Let her finish.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I never said anything about forcing. I said that if God knows the things that you're going to do before that you do them, you cannot do anything other than the thing that He knows that you're
And
going to do.
that would entail a sense of force that
Just
God
a
can
racist-
force you.
Hold on.
Dude.
Let him finish.
That would entail a
Just a
sense of
racist.
force or a deterministic worldview that you cannot choose to do the opposite. And I'm saying that's not the case.
Okay, so
That's not
God
what we
doesn't know
believe.
things
Hold on.
that you're gonna do before you do them.
That's not-
Let each other. Finish,
God is
please.
outside space and time, so He knows all the decisions that we've made. We are inside space and time.
So God-
is outside space and time.
Let him finish.
Therefore, at the end of history, He
She
can
got a
already
crunk.
see the choices we make, and that is a present reality for God right now. So you keep referring back to a temporal metaphor in regards to His omniscience, and that somehow we cannot make a choice because God already knows that that's the choice we're going to make. And again, that is a logical non sequitur because He's outside the temporal categories that you're using.
So God knows or doesn't know things you do before you do them.
Yeah, He knows.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that He
Okay,
forces me.
So, see. Okay. So
ahead,
God knows things that you're going to do before you do them. Therefore,
How is that established
you
cause?
cannot do the things that He does
That
not.
doesn't
know
mean
that
it's
you're going to do.
caused.
Right. Is that true or just a true or false for that one?
Say it again.
Still doesn't mean
Can
it's
you do
caused.
things that God does not know you're going to do?
No, He would already know the choices I made because He's already seen the end of my life. He's already seen the choices I make. I am
there's
living that out and choosing those as I go, and that's what I'm going to be culpable for. But the end point has already occurred. History has
Okay.
already ended. God is
Okay.
at the end of it.
Oh wait, perfect. So there is an end
didn't know
point in history, and
DPH
there are
has
some
so many
events in
haters.
history that are going
Good
to
on
occur
you,
no matter what,
DPH.
even if you don't know them now.
Yeah, like the second coming of Christ.
Okay, cool.
Perfect.
So, so God knows what your life is going to look like. There's some trajectory. There are some events that are going to happen. Correct. In your life, just yes or no.
Yeah.
Okay. So, can you do anything other than those events?
Yeah. There's still
That
you
is
still
a
have moral
Thank
you still
you.
have
All
moral
right.
freedom. You still have
We'll just cede that
free
because
will.
That was
You
a
still have free will.
contradiction. That was a contradiction.
No,
and-
it's not. Just because God knows the things you're going to choose
you-
doesn't mean that you can't have a
can
variety
have-
of choices. When you make the choice, you have options. You have rational
Evil
deliberation.
children of the
You have
devil.
moral responsibility.
Let
I think I've done enough on that topic. I think that.
Okay, let's
you
get into
instilling
ethics and morality.
contradiction-
Let's get
No,
it's now my turn to ask questions, right?
Really quick though, let's let some chats come
Okay,
through, and then
all right.
I'm happy to get into something else. So we have Chef Dill Pickles. Zena, if there are two rocks and no people around to call it two, are there still two rocks?
Yeah, by our use of language right now, yeah, there are still two rocks.
Okay, and then we
Oh,
have
contradiction.
Let's see, we have another chat coming through.
Speaking of
Chef Dill
chats,
Pickles, thank you very much.
don't
for
let all the
guys. If you
chats
wanna
go
get a
to
super chat on
whatever.
Streamlabs.com/
Show your support
whatever
for
if you
DPH
wanna
on
get
his
messaging.
channel right here. That's why I'm here,
Charlie
y'all.
Kirk DP USA. Okay. Hey Zena, you said this about me. Definitely Charlie Kirk. Egregious lower region of his face. Do you think body shaming is okay? What if I called you a muffin? Also, what is a woman?
Yeah, so I called Charlie Kirk ugly. I think that in my worldview, if you are like a really shitty person, I'm gonna call you weird looking. I think that's okay. And then a woman is someone who identifies with, the traits that are associated, usually tend to be associated with the female sex, but not all females associate with this social category. So yeah.
What?
Okay. Do you want to bite on that, or
I would
not
just
get
be
into it?
curious. I mean, again, when we start getting into the trans issues, I mean, determinism and the ability to choose and express oneself certainly is going to play a big factor there. So I'm curious how she feels like. Are children determined? Is it by their parents? Is it their nurture? Is it their environment that is going to cause them to then eventually be castrated, potentially before puberty, or they have to go on these hormone blockers? Like, is a trans person actually choosing to transition? Or are they determined to transition? How's that work?
Yeah, so this is actually like an interesting question in psychology and sociology, like what makes it so that people kind of are trans. And a lot of times I think that studies, I think it's inconclusive on whether this is like something like
Blah, blah, blah,
biological,
blah.
although we see that people's brains, like for example, men who tend to be queer tend to have brains chemistry that is similar to women's. And so I think it is also
there's a
true
woman
of like
that-
trans women.
oh, really?
That their
So it's
brain
female.
makeup is similar to women. So it could possibly be
Similar
something
to women, that
biological.
means it's
and then
physical.
also sociologically, just kind of like, like what you're kind of, I guess like what you kind of gravitate towards socially, the kind of friends you want to make. All these type of things just influence things that you like, dislike, and then that's going to influence like the traits that you want to express. If you like dresses or not, whatever. So yeah, it's just going to be a mix of biology and sociology, like anything else, in regards to the human condition. So
sounds like a
we have
broken
another chat
fax
here
machine.
from Chef Dill Pickles. When God sees our action beforehand, he sees it simultaneously during the action and afterwards. Space-time is theorized to be the fourth dimension, completely
Guys,
consistent.
he's
with
getting
the
$100
judgment.
super chats, and DPH is doing all the work. He gets
so,
nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going off of
You guys gonna
the
let that
notion
happen?
again that God is seeing our action, or not even that he's seeing our action, but he just knows our action. Doesn't matter like how he's interacting with it, but just that he knows our action. He knows our actions even from the start of time. So even given that he transcends time, there is some like actions that we are going to take that exist, right? And there is some future clearly that you believe in that exists. And if such things exist, that means that there are some fixed actions, right, that you're going to take in your life, regardless of whether you know it or not. So the way that God perceives these actions it doesn't matter. If you agree that there is some future, some endpoint, and that of your life, and God knows all these actions, there are some actions that you're going to take that exist fundamentally.
All right, and we have one more chat. Did you want to respond to any of that, or okay? We have.
I'm orange.
Jordan
hey, I'm
Peterson,
actually orange.
Kermit the Frog voice.
I actually have a preset on. That's why.
What do you think about white people?
Maybe I should have you read it.
No, go ahead.
So what do you?
That's
This is for you,
right
Zena, I guess. What do you think of white people? Do you think white people have culture? Is cis a slur? And then I guess
actually
you
prefer the orange.
Was this a TikTok of yours? Here, I'll pull it up again. Every woman has felt innate frustration and fatigue for men at least 1 million times. Maybe this is that something you said?
Epic beard, Austin, by the way.
I don't know
nice
what that's
shaped beard.
Okay.
But what do I think of white people? I think white people are people. Fun fact.
You do?
Do you think white people have culture? Do you?
We have the best culture.
Kelly Clarkson exists. Yeah, like.
It's pretty funny.
So is that a yes or is that a no?
I get down to some white culture. I get down to some of y'all's stuff, you know. And then what was the other one?
I'll pull it up one more time.
You mean like speaking proper English?
Cis a slur?
No, I don't think so. Not colloquially.
Okay.
Easy questions.
Patrick, you wanted to get into. It sounded like.
Yes.
So we can do that.
So I was wanting to shift the conversation in regards to ethics and morality and how exactly Zena comes to any sort of differentiation between right and wrong. From my understanding, you're big in regards to racial injustices through history, slavery, these types of things. Are you in favor of reparations real quick? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I think there's probably some mechanism that we can use to come about.
And within a deterministic worldview and claiming that there's a culture that has a chattel slavery and that they are conditioned through the nurturing process, through the environment that they're in, and they have normalized this as a social construction, which you agreed earlier about 2 + 2 = 5 could be a social construction. How exactly then are you saying that white people should be guilty for something? Because guilty would entail moral responsibility and something that there's an objective justice, a level of justice that needs to be equated.
Yeah. So never once did I use the term guilty, but either way,
I did.
Yeah, but you said that. How are you saying that they should feel guilty? Which I didn't say.
I didn't say you did.
Yes,
I did. So I didn't say she did.
But anyway, so regardless, I think that in regards to like reparations, I think that there are some just like values that I think that in society like are just should be held, and that we think that humans are valuable, that no human on the basis of like skin color is lesser than another human being, and thus when there are some injustices that are like predicated on the basis of race, we should seek to kind of eliminate those type of things, those type of structures. But regardless, in regards to reparations, I think that it's not something that we need to focus on like feeling guilty. It's more so just like valuing equality and valuing just like equality of opportunity specifically. It's something that needs to be done just like structurally. And then, so yeah, I don't think guilt is a part of.
So why would white people in 2025 have to pay reparations to the black community in 2025 for something that neither of those communities have been a part of?
So it's, first of all, the system that we're talking about is not like, it's generational. So it's not saying that like white people out of their pockets need to be paying black people in any sense. That it would have to be something that's like governmentally funded, et cetera, because
still
the government,
taxpayer money.
Yeah, sort of, but it doesn't have to be specifically from taxpayers.
Well, how does the government get money?
The government gets money, majority of it is from taxes, but there are a bunch of like different like.
No, he did miss an opportunity there because she said the word should 3 times.
That are funded in different ways, et cetera. But regardless, right, this is something that like was sanctioned by the government. We had just like slavery legalized, and we also just had Jim Crow laws in an era where black people were economically subjugated, and thus I think it should be something that like the government kind of goes to like fix.
Right, but let's say like 2025 America, we don't have chattel slavery, correct?
Yeah, but we have like
okay. But why would why would 2025 be superior to any example? I guess we could even go to Libya right now because they have open slave markets. But why would one be superior to the other in your deterministic worldview? Well, do you not appeal to one being better than the other?
It sure is.
Like one society being better.
But we're here.
Yeah, so a time in history in which slavery was normalized, would you say that that is equal to a period in history right now where it's not?
Yeah, so
or is it better?
I would say that like when we talk about morality, I guess you're asking moral framework. I see it as like society like collectivizes upon different views that a lot of times throughout history tend to coincide, and we haven't been able to prove any the truth aptness, right? Absolutely of like moral claims, but there are like but there are tenets that we tend to value over time. So like tenets that I think are valuable are things like, again, equality of opportunity, you know. Pretty anti-bigotry.
Opportunity, that assumes choice. Opportunity.
And in that, using that framework, I would say that something in a society where we, unalive people based on race, or we subjugate people based on the race, that isn't okay. And so therefore,
why is it not okay?
Yeah, so this is going to be like a moral subjectivist view.
Okay, so it's just your own personal preference.
Yeah, I think that's what moral claims are.
So it's all okay. So then, if it's your moral personal preference, me having a different moral personal preference, we're equal standing.
Yeah. So it's not even something to be like debating on base of equality. It's more so of just like one. I think that moral claims are spread based on like how favorable they are, and I think that we should be making certain moral claims less favorable because of their output.
That's right, the paisano.
And the attempt of the moral subjectivist is to move someone's credence or belief towards their own. For whatever due reason. So it's like, it's not about the equality of certain like moral frameworks or moral takes, more just that like they all exist and they're expressions of usually like resentment or like likability. That's like kind of like what a moral attitude is.
Okay, so why would, for example, the World Cup in Abu Dhabi got criticism because they were using slave labor to build their city? Now, incredibly successful economically, that society, low crime, low theft, low murder. By a lot of metrics that we would analyze, we would say, wow, that seems like the utility, if we're just going to make a utilitarian argument, that seems pretty effective. But at the same time, you would agree that slavery is wrong. I would agree too. I'm a Christian, so I'm not in favor of that. But my point is, within your worldview, I don't see how you can delineate between the two, because if you're just going on utilitarian consequences, it'd be very easy to find civilizations that do things that you would find abhorrent. And that utilitarian, that it's actually very, very successful for their society, and maybe that they're more successful than other societies that don't do those things.
Yeah, I'm not a utilitarian. So again, if I was a utilitarian, I think I wouldn't hold the same values that I do now. Again, in like equality of opportunity, of respect, etc. So again, this is going to be something where it's like a society is not successful, I don't know if I banned in my view, and a lot of Americans' view, if they do not
put someone in timeout.
The equality of opportunity
and
safety of all individuals.
I own this show right now.
Why is that important? Because I feel like what I'm hearing is that you're getting back to a sort of moral worth of individuals, which I agree with.
Yeah, right.
But I'm just trying to figure out how do you come within your worldview? How do you come to the moral worth of individuals?
I can tell you how I've come to these feelings and these opinions, but I'm telling you that like moral claims, in my view, are not truth apt, meaning that you can't like in any way, they're not provable, they're not testable.
No evaluations or propositions are truth apt if it's all determined.
Science and evolution kind of shows us that like people who kind of tended to respect other people and like other people and work together with other people tended to survive more, and that biology, that chemistry of having like mirror neurons and like, you know, just like social ability tended to become more of a prevalent factor in human biology. So I think that's how we can explain where moral claims derive from. But are they?
You tell that story, girl.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so would you, since you debase morality and ethics from truth claims, in which I,
do you want to get
at least
blocked?
you're being consistent. I appreciate that. Because my criticisms for your worldview, that
Why, you wanna
now that
look
you've
at him?
actually justified or
L's
argued
in the
that
chat for
you're a
Chase
moral
wanting to look at
subjectivist,
DPH
therefore
more.
there are no universal moral claims. Okay, fair enough. Now I can understand your point of view and where you're coming from. My next question would have to do with,
is that better
in
for
a
you,
world
Chase?
like that,
Do you-
and I would
you wanna
assume
look at
maybe you're a
David?
fan of like
You
somebody like
would
Michel
look at his
Foucault
face?
with theories of like power knowledge and stuff
You-
like that.
you wanna
Are you
see
going to
him?
argue that the only thing that
When you
actually
go,
like really
Chase.
exists in the world is power?
What do you mean by really exist?
Like, what is the arbiter of like civilizations? Like, if we're not coming down to universal truth claims and we're not coming down to universal moral claims, typically the postmodern turn again values subjective experience and the construction of your own identity. But somebody within the Foucault tradition would argue that it's about power dynamics, and that power dynamics, in my point to you would be, if that's the case, I'm fairly confident that you're anti-patriarchy,
Exactly.
but men have a monopoly on power.
Yeah.
And so if we exist in a deterministic worldview where there is no objective truth and there is no objective morality, how exactly do you get around the fact that if every man on this planet decided that we're going to subjugate women, which, again, God forbid, but if we
Wrong
decided
account.
to,
That's
you
hilarious.
have no say in the matter
Wrong
because we
account.
have a monopoly on violence.
Yeah. So again, like when we talk about, like, someone like Foucault would probably say that like power is what drives like the differentiations between systems and like change over time, socially, etc. Right? But they're not saying this is some type of like, again, they don't make like a moral, like there's no moral claim on that.
Yeah, they're
It's just a
relativists.
descriptive fact,
Yeah, they're
right?
relativists, yeah.
So I think that this is a descriptive fact that like men currently, we live under a patriarchy.
That's right.
Whoa, there's really loud outside.
That's
I'll just
power
wait a
in
little bit.
action right there. Men showing up to
But yeah,
stop
like
it.
I think we can make this descriptive claim that like things like power and like and power imbalance drive
totally
like,
unlikable.
change
She really
in
is.
society,
Unmarriable.
without saying that thus like whatever structure we're in is like good or making some type of like moral truth claim on whatever structure that we
Perfect.
exist in, right?
Perfect.
Therefore, so I would say that like we should promote values like social cohesion, like respect, like equality.
Why?
Because I think it's good to value people, and like in that's an emotion.
Why?
Why?
They're all determined.
I've
They're
explained
essentially
to you this is a
mechanisms.
descriptive
They're mechanisms. Here we go.
framework,
Here we
right?
go.
So I'm not going to
Run
be
it.
able to grant any objective moral
it.
truth to these claims, and I don't think anyone can do that, even
Any
no matter how
determinations.
hard you try. I don't think that's possible. But we can say in a society, okay,
This girl
we care
is
about
such
people.
a
We care about
nitwit.
people's quality.
Oh, I
of
thought you
life.
were gonna
Let's
put
make
a G
society that,
instead
like,
of a T there,
maximizes
Tux.
that. I think that's what we've done in society like throughout time. If we want like society with the most power, you're going to get like authoritarian fascism.
Blah, blah,
If you want
blah, 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 blah.
society that's
That's all I
most
hear.
egalitarian, you might see something more close to like communism or something like that. But I'm saying we should put certain values at our foundation, or we do put certain values at our foundation, and that is what builds up the society. The
Should
question
means
is what values
choice.
we put at that foundation,
You
and
idiot.
that's just the question now,
Right.
rather than if it's like objectively good.
And
or not.
in my estimation, I would prefer a society that uses logic and uses rational deliberation and uses the pursuit for objective claims to make that differentiation on what values we should actually pursue as a civilization, as a culture. And so
too.
with my
Should.
well, but your determinism, you can't do that.
Yes, you can.
And so my point with the example of if all men decided to team up against women, even using Foucault's understanding of power in the transient restructuring of society and again, power dynamic institutions essentially is what he was focused on. You yourself just agreed that you can't make a value claim against that. You can only have your own personal preference.
Yeah, well, if you look at something like an objective moral claim, I don't even really know what that means, because it would mean like something that is just true because it's true. There's no evidence for it. This thing is just true. I could tell you right now that like Pokemon is like overseas the world, and it like Pokemon just exists in the cosmos, and they oversee this world, and that's just an objective truth. Why? Because it is. Because if not, I wouldn't like that world or whatever. But that doesn't mean that that's an objective like truth claim, right? An objective truth claim just is true, and to say something like that doesn't even make comprehensible sense to me. So I just I don't think that we can make moral claims, but that doesn't mean that we can't strive towards certain societies because we value certain things. So yeah.
But how do we come to a collective orientation towards values if it's a moral subjectivist? If everybody adopted your moral,
we have philosophical conversations like this one, and we provide reasons that might people resonate with. For example, hey, one reason might be hey, you don't like it when people do bad things to you, that hurts, or you don't like seeing other people get hurt. We should stop hurting people.
Should is
or,
a
hey,
choice.
This is what's happening in so and so country, and we don't like that. Let's stop doing this.
It's a choice.
It's going to be belief. It's going to be like credence shifting. It's going to be discussion that moves kind of social order and what changes it.
So it's just kind of the persuasion of rhetoric.
Persuasion.
So we come
Choice.
to a table
Persuasion.
collectively,
Choice.
say the example like this, and then through rhetoric we persuade each other.
Descriptively, that is what's happened over history. Yes.
No, I would disagree. I would argue that there's actually axioms and premises and logical foundations for why we should choose certain things. I mean, I understand this is the fundamental contradiction between our worldviews, and that's why it keeps coming back.
He is missing a huge opportunity right now.
And things like objectivity. And again, I understand that within your worldview you can't have those things, and you're saying we don't need those things. We can make quote unquote claims about the world based on our assumptions of the environment and how they stimulate us and our innate biology and how that affects us, and then you're agreeing that you can't make universal moral claims either, so you're a moral subjectivist, and so you're basically in a point in which the only thing that really exists in the world is power. And in that game, the things that you advocate against, be it slavery, be it reparations, if people in power decided not to, you can't actually make an argument of why it's wrong.
So people in power, like white people when they enslaved black people, they said
hey,
you shouldn't have rights, but things still changed
They
even
were
though there was a power
caused to.
dynamic there. So I'm not saying that the only thing that exists is power. I never ever said that actually. All I said is that you cannot, there's no way to prove by definition objective truths or objective moral claims.
A contradiction.
Because in their definition, they don't require evidence, they just exist. They just are moral, they just are true. That's not conceivable. In any circumstance when we have some type of premise, we either just assume it. We assume that for example, again, like I said before, reality exists, right? We assume that to make tangible discussions, make tangible claims, test hypotheses, whatever. But beyond that, if I want to say, we should all I don't know. I'm trying to give some example.
You have no example.
Slavery should become a thing again. People don't say that as some absolute truth. They give reasons why, and it persuades people or it doesn't.
That's a
I'm saying that
choice.
we need to push certain ideas and beliefs that promote happiness and goodness, because I think most people would enjoy that. I think it would be the most optimal society when we value fundamentally, equality of opportunity and in general.
And so, how could somebody be, if free will doesn't exist, how could they be persuaded to adopt a different opinion?
Because we don't have free will right now. However, I can have this discussion with you, and if we have, for example, let's say we both value individuals.
Do we determine our values?
I could say, well, hey, if you value people, here's what would happen under slavery. Then I could move your credence and move your belief into believing what I believe is that we shouldn't have slavery, right? So you can still move people's, beliefs.
Would that
under this
in your opinion, in your worldview, does that insinuate that people can make choices between two different things?
It wouldn't be a choice between two different things. It would be like your brain processing one belief over another belief, and depending on, again, your biology, your brain chemistry, and your socialization, you would pick one over the other. However, if we introduce better stimuli or more stimuli that promotes one belief, you're more likely to believe that, and that's how
yes, she doesn't know it, Del, but she is.
But if I'm determined, or my innate biology and my environment determines me to choose the opposite of that, aren't we both on equal footing?
What do you mean by equal footing?
That any claim that you make or any claim that I make, they're essentially equal claims. There's no one that can be superior to the other, because due to the mechanisms of how I came to my decision, it's really just a belief that I've acquired, or the word you're using, assumption, because of the environment and the biology, nature versus nurture. And if that's the case, well, then I don't understand, again, the premise of the debate, the premise of coming here and persuading people, because the people that watch this and choose the opposite of you, they're no worse or better than you. It's the same. I mean, it's equal. It's just deterministic.
I think it's funny needing to say that one belief in this metric is like yours is better than mine. I think it's just that in society, I think that all we can do, at least what I've seen, is take a descriptive lens and look at the history of society and look at the brain and just look at the way people act. I think that we have not seen any proof that these things are inherently better or worse. However, that doesn't mean that we can't promote different ideas because of what the outcome would be. For example, if you value human beings, which most human beings do, some such system would result. The question is not whether people value human beings. I think a lot of people, especially now, really do value human beings. Most of the time, the argument for slavery was just like, oh, they're not human, therefore we can do blank. Not saying that no one has ever not valued human beings, but many a time they have something like neurologically that is actually a disorder or whatever the thing is. So what I'm saying to you is that whatever system is going to come about, depending on what stimuli we introduce and how we kind of gauge people who tend to have that bad brain going on, who tend to have like less mirror neurons, things like people who are like really bad psychopaths or whatever it may be. So it's not like a bearing on my claim. It's just like, I think I'm just describing how reality exists.
Holy clown.
Okay, I understand that that's what you feel like you're doing. My point is, I just don't see how your argument against somebody who would assume the opposite. So let's say me, for example, or anybody watching the stream, how we get to a point in which we can justify one over the other. And so what you were saying, and I was listening to your response, the follow-up I'd really like to hear is like, your anthropology, do you kind of view humans as mechanisms based on the nature and the environment and then the biology in which that they have? Are they a mechanism? Is that how you would describe it?
You can call a human a mechanism or whatever you really want to. I feel like the way that you describe it doesn't really matter. If you define a mechanism as something that operates off of like
inputs and
outputs, I mean, you can define it that way, but regardless, what we have seen, what psychology has proven, we have the nature-nurture debate, is because people are composed of nature and nurture, and that is the claim that I'm making. So the way that you codify it, it doesn't really matter to me.
So my question then, if we are mechanisms, I'm curious, can I grape a typewriter? I mean, that is a mechanism that's purely based on inputs and outputs. And if we are mechanisms, then I don't even see how you could argue against grape, which again, as I'm a Christian, I believe we have free will and that violates somebody's volition and consent. So that's wrong in that sense. But from your worldview, I don't even see how you could say that grape is wrong because it's the mechanism. The man doing it was determined and the woman receiving it, she was determined to kind of be in that situation no matter how she feels about it.
So really quickly. So we don't think that grape is wrong, right? Just because like the person, I think part
when
of the reason
we, who do you mean exactly?
I mean,
you mean other
mechanisms?
Say,
like, in general, I think we take it from a societal like lens. Like even if
you mean
person,
mechanisms
like didn't know what they were doing, we would still didn't know what they were doing. We would still like kind of have a problem with it. But I think one of the biggest reasons why grape is wrong is because someone is negatively affected and they didn't want such thing to happen to them, etc. Right? I think grape is wrong because I value people and I value human beings and their well-being and their
interesting.
safety,
I was negatively affected by having lower super chats yesterday, so it's immoral.
Oh, great. Okay, sorry. Essay. So when someone essays someone, I would say that like we said that those actions, we don't like those actions. They're bad because
I don't like
kind of
licorice.
like violate someone's ability to kind of just like freely exist and kind of just like exist like with their bodily autonomy and things of that nature. But the solution is not to say I think
say like again. Say like one more time.
Is to rehabilitate that person, find out whatever caused them to do that, and exterminate that cause. So that's kind of the way I would take something like grape or
what if
violence,
the cause is biological?
So that's why we have like meds and pharmacy.
She just argued
like,
for straight up Depop.
We can
doesn't
pinpoint
even know
what part of the brain is causing the problem and provide a solution.
So another question. There is an argument regarding, this is specifically regarding like Daniel Dennett and his compatibilism, regarding like what kind of the issue that we're talking about regarding moral responsibility and things like this. And it's called the manipulation reductio ad absurdum argument. And so suppose there's a woman named Alice and that a neuroscientist engineers her so that due to all mechanisms that she is programmed to commit a murder. And she, through compatibilism, again, Daniel Dennett's terms, uses her freedom to choose based on those things. So there's not an exterior reason or cause compelling her to commit the murder. And then she commits the murder. Is she responsible or is she not responsible for your perspective?
So yeah, I think this idea of moral responsibility comes from this idea that we are these isolated causal agents, which again, I disagree with. I think that when we look at like when people do bad things, we need to look at, just like you explained, the mechanisms and the foundation that caused them to act the way that they did. So in that sense, I think that this idea of fault and blames comes from this idea
So justice,
that we just everyone
please,
has this kind of like set
Patrick,
state
move
of
into
like
justice.
they know the things that they should and shouldn't do and whatever, and they're operating off of this same basis. So instead, I would say that like that person, I think I wouldn't even reference moral responsibility. And I think how can we make it so we figure out what caused you to do such thing and stop it, right? So it's like
I understand, but just using my thought experiment, let's say Alice committed the murder. In your worldview, would you find her guilty or responsible, or would you say she's not guilty or responsible because she was programmed through neuroscience, say like a Neuralink, Elon Musk Neuralink or something like that?
Yeah.
Again, what is she?
If you want to go from my framework and
that's what I want to know is like in your framework, how would you address Alice?
Yeah, so legality works in a way where it should prioritize rehabilitation and fixing whatever again.
How do you rehabilitate a mechanism?
Output, right? So, for example, if it's her engineering, you said it was engineering. It kind of sounds like biology. If it was her biology, something that she was encoded with, we fix that, right? We give her the drugs that she needs, and then we
you
take
mean
her to somewhere
free
where
will
she can no
fix
longer
her?
hurt people, right? That is the output. So it's not. It doesn't. My legal framework does not have to do with like dishing things out because you deserve it. It's dishing things out they're going to fix the problem.
I just want to know if she's culpable. Like in your worldview, is Alice culpable for the murder because the neuroscience engineered her to do it?
No.
Yes or no? So she's not culpable.
No justice.
Well, that would violate compatibilism because in that hypothetical, she is not compelled by external factors, and she's only conditioned by her internal response in her biology, and therefore within a compatibilistic framework.
Yeah, fixed problems. Exactly, Del.
So earlier you were arguing for compatibilism.
What? No, I wasn't. I'm a determinist. There's a difference between determinism
and compatibilism is a form of determinism.
So maybe you can call it soft determinist.
It's a sub-branch.
Or whatever.
It's a sub-branch.
But once again, a determinist would say that she is culpable. I would say she's not, because as a hard determinist, not a compatibilist, I would say that even your biology is one of these causes.
This is your brain on
you are not in
fatherlessness.
control of. You don't author it. And compatibilists agree with that, but they just define free will differently.
So like Sam Harris then, who's a hard determinist, would you argue that people so for example, Sam Harris is famous for being very anti-Islam, and he's okay if like all Muslims were, for your position, rehabilitated or like a cancer extracted from a tumor from the world because of the consequences. He argues that the program of Islam, again, using a metaphor of a computer or something like that, that software needs to be eradicated. So is that also your opinion?
Do I think that people who practice Islam should
It's
be
not just about
eradicated?
Islam, it's in general. I'm just saying that for Sam Harris in particular, that's an issue that he uses his hard determinism and talks about Islam as a cancer, as a tumor in regard to like our global society.
Yeah,
his
but how
hard
could it be?
determinism, because it sounds like what I'm hearing is that you're kind of parroting the hard determinism of Sam Harris.
Yeah, so
that's my point is he would argue that we just need to hold on, just let me finish and I'll let you go.
Super targeted.
That he would argue that we need to eradicate that group of people or rehabilitate them because the software is cancerous. That's his argument.
So I would definitely say that. So I don't know what parts of Islam he's entailing are cancerous. I don't take that position. I wouldn't.
You
but I
already
would say
did,
that if
like 2
any
minutes
group
ago.
of people, regardless, anyone who is committing just like violent crimes or things that we would deem as socially unacceptable, right?
Thank you,
we would
Gorilla.
isolate the cause, right, which is always going to terminate in their biology.
The cause is
or
them, their
socialization,
existence.
And we would extract the causes. So it's usually going to entail, again, rehabilitation. So I've given you my answer for that.
Why not
It is
destroy
usually going to
them?
be rehabilitation.
Yeah, but
and
why
then
not destroy
kind
them?
of just like
That's what I would
moving
ask
this person from a place where they can do that again.
Why not destroy them?
And that's where, when you kept saying rehabilitation, that's where, in my head, it kind of keynoted Sam Harris, because that's the rhetoric.
His argument for that.
Oh, well, that's kind of the rhetoric he uses in one of his books on free will.
Why not
I remember
just destroy
it was
them?
years ago. But yeah, that's the way that he tries to get around, again, the moral culpability and stuff regarding his worldview, because he does recognize that he can't actually justify
Also, a
morality and
reminder,
truth in
if
his worldview. And
thank
so he
you
has
for all the
to
super chats. If you
develop different
want to
systems
save
try
him
to
some money,
justify
you
those
can
things.
dono chat.
Yeah,
You guys
cool.
know
I
his
mean, I
dono
just
link,
think
I
that
think.
rehabilitation
I
is
don't
just the
actually know
most,
what it
just
is.
even just like logical way of kind of uprooting.
But how would you, like, what is, in your worldview, in an ideal circumstance, what is rehabilitation? Because what you would identify as the ideal rehabilitation, I could argue is like something is negative. For example, I'm not in favor of like the LGBTQ movement as a traditional Christian. And so I could see potentially in a thought experiment where you would say, I need to be rehabilitated because of my thoughts and my feelings towards a particular community. How would you go about doing that?
So if you want to like harm people on the basis of
Don't want to harm anybody.
Okay, no worries. Yeah. So everyone has like the ability to think what they want and feel what they want. But right, if our goals in society are to create a society that promotes well-being, anti-discrimination, and things of that nature, and you have some type of like unwarranted belief against a group of people, I would say that you probably need to be exposed to information that would cause you to no longer hold that belief. I think that's just kind of the same thing that would apply. I think that people should be just like, we shouldn't judge someone for something that like for an unwarranted reason, unless they are like harming people or doing something that we would deem unjust. Other than that, like I just don't see a reason why we would.
Right, I wouldn't be in favor of harming people, but the idea that I have a moral objective structure, that I believe that, for example, sexuality, there's certain things that are godly, divinely intended in certain ways, and that there are transgressions. Though that's just my worldview. So I'm not arguing for you. I'm just saying that. So for me, it's like it's not about wanting to hurt anybody or again violate their free will. But let's say in a thought experiment, and it's kind of already occurring in American culture, that the persuasiveness, if everything is the world, if we adopt your worldview and everything is just assumptions and that it's all rhetoric and we're just trying to persuade people so that their innate biology actually clings onto it and then deterministically moves in the right direction. We're seeing right now, I mean, in 2025, that the support for pride, support for LGBTQ seems to be diminishing. And I mean, the White House, pride parades, I mean, general, I don't know, again, you're a leftist, so I assume that some of the cultures or the circles that you swim in are a little bit different, but in the circles that I swim in, it certainly seems like, and anybody watching this in the chat, let us know if you agree or disagree, seems like the support for the LGBTQ movement in general has really diminished from the last 5 to 10 years.
So I don't know if you have like some type of like population census on that. I would say that like the government is moving towards like a path that I would say it probably isn't great, but I mean, yeah, I don't think that this is going to have any bearing on my descriptive explanation on how societies change. I would like, from my worldview, someone who values people and is non-discrimination, and values just like the well-being of humanity.
Discrimination would be determined.
Wrong to just hate people for being kind of the way that they are, and that is in a way that's not hurting people. So I mean, again, I don't see how this is like.
Well, my point is, what if this persuasion continues until maybe it's 95% of the opinion? This is the thought experiment. I'm not saying that it like, but that exactly just based to you and your subjective experience, and in a sense, be us who would disagree with your perspective, we would essentially win the culture war, and there's nothing that you could really argue, like there's nothing you can argue against it other than, hey, this is my preference, these are my friends, we should do this. But if other people are being persuaded in the opposite direction, it just seems like you kind of lose.
What you're describing here is what's happened throughout history. We have different dominances of power, of thought, of belief. Sometimes the drive of power in one direction is founded in things like Christianity and some objective morality. Other times it's people being like, I don't like how I'm being treated. You don't like how you're being treated. Let's fight against it. You don't have to entail some objective morality to want some cultural change. You just need some unified goal. And if my unified goal is equal protection, equality of opportunity, general well-being of humanity, and I get a bunch of people to agree with me that is an important thing, then we win, right? So the
true
goal,
in the opposite as well.
So yeah, exactly. So I don't want the opposite to happen. I can express how much I hate that idea, but I can't entail some objective moral truth, because that's quite literally it's improvable in that an objective moral truth would not have evidence. It would just be truth, and if it was so objectively true, it would seem obvious to us because it would be true, right? So again,
I would say from at least the circles that I swim in, it is very objectively obvious in regards to some of the sexual transgressions and things that are going on in that community. For us, we would think that that's quite obvious and quite explicit. So for us, just the observation is, I
mean, yeah, that's how like you can construct a reality based on some belief that.
Well, that's what yours is. You've
I think
agreed.
That's exactly what you're explaining as well here too. Where
I'm just adopting yours and doing an internal critique in regards to.
I don't think this is a critique. This is just an explaining of like a world.
I think people watching it understand.
So
that.
sure, anyone who's well versed in philosophy will know what cognitivism, non-cognitivism is, whatever. But again, so someone in your view, if you just objectively believe that God is true, then everything that He says must be true, and you will go go on and live in that reality. Regardless of if there's evidence for it or evidence for the opposite, you're going to go on living in that reality. I am someone who values science, who values probability, who
me too.
values kind of pattern recognition, etc.
Yeah, the pattern recognition is that people are generally theistic.
Other people.
Do you think if you're Christian, you can't believe in science?
Never said that. No.
I'm just asking. I'm not saying that's what you said. I'm just asking for clarification.
Yeah. I'm telling you that I'm saying that I value science. It's just something that I value.
Right.
I'm not saying making any bearing on Christianity.
And is the scientific method? Can it prove the scientific method?
Please ask her the scientific method.
The scientific method. Can using science, measuring and averaging, prove the scientific method itself? Or is it an a priori presupposition of how using induction?
Yeah. So it's something that we assume to be true based on kind of like how we navigate the world and how we see the world.
Please ask her.
So science is based upon the assumption, right, that reality exists in some measurable way.
Yes.
I think that's a pretty fair assumption to make.
Yeah.
And that's the assumption that you kind of come into debates with, which is kind of what we were wrestling with earlier.
Right. No, I agree with that. I just think that without, again, this is where I would perform if this was getting into a much larger debate in regard to philosophical transcendentals or using the transcendental argument for God, I would appeal to a coherency theory that my paradigm is actually much more coherent and allows for things like science and objective truth and morality to be justified. And that's how, again, using the laws of logic. I know that you argued earlier that logic isn't a methodology to proof, but it is. And that's what I would use to justify that belief in God is actually a superior worldview because you don't have to presuppose things like the laws of logic or like the law of non-contradiction, the law of identity. Like science is working based on the presupposition that tomorrow will still be the same as today, but that is built on a logical presupposition that science itself can't prove.
So logic and reality or something tangible existing outside of this human experience are all presuppositions we make to believe in science. But that presupposition is simply because we don't have any information that deems the opposite. So I don't think we need to fall into some alternate conclusion because it makes things easier. Because then I don't have to make an assumption. We make that assumption because it makes the most sense.
No, I don't have a Streamlabs either.
Don't have any evidence of the opposite. So it's more so making sure that we're the most airtight in our descriptions of how things are and how we pattern recognize, et cetera. It's just kind of making the way that we kind of pursue information seeking the most airtight. So, I mean, I don't have a problem with those assumptions. I think it's pretty fair to make the assumption that, reality is real, that tomorrow will be tomorrow. That is the foundation of science. I completely agree.
Right. Okay. I mean, that pretty much answers some of the foundational objections that I had regarding your worldview. And I think that my presentation has come across in regards to the lack of objective epistemology, the lack of moral responsibility, and that you've granted that you're a moral subjectivist. So my point still stands. So you've adopted a position that coincides with a deterministic worldview that doesn't allow you to justify those things. And fair enough, that's where I granted you. At least you're being consistent. In regards to the ethical and moral component, you being a subjectivist is at least consistent with your deterministic framework.
Well, yeah, I think that in regards to kind of like just like the whole assumptions thing, if you believe in science as someone who is non-religious, you are making this assumption as well that like reality exists objectively, that things that have patterns, that things have causes, etc. And it's a pretty sound assumption to make, especially when we don't have provable evidence of the latter. So yeah, I think that what I'm saying makes a lot of coherent sense. Same thing with morality. We haven't been able to find some truth in moral claims. It's just non-testable. Although we do see that evolutionarily, it makes sense why we value other people. We value human beings. We value people being okay, like well-being, over non-well-being, etc. So I think we have a lot of explanations for why we feel these things. But I think that a lot of times emotivism comes to recognize that moral claims and attitudes do come from, again, this feeling, right, that sometimes you can point to in the brain, socialization, etc. So, yeah, I think that kind of sums up what I've wanted to say.
You have any counter questions for me in regards to my worldview?
Yeah, I think if we kind of, I don't know if we want to go back into this, but the agency thing, I do still just have like a really big issue.
You guys have
with
7 minutes
with
to hit 50. That's 11
knowing
more,
that
guys.
there's
Let's
some
do
set
it.
future,
Yeah.
and then
$2,
also saying that we can
$5,
act
$10.
out of accordance with it seems
We have
to be
11 minutes
incoherent
or
to me.
7 minutes. Let's go.
Well, it's a category. I mean, my argument that just be a
Let's meet
category
the goal
in
for
regards to God.
DBH. He
And so
absolutely wrecked
that's
this
the whole
chick.
point of sin. So
11 more chat.
we can
Let's go.
choose
Come on.
right and wrong decisions.
Hold on.
Some of us choose bad decisions, and those consequences
on.
follow. And God, Christ, being the incarnate
guys
God,
need?
has a
What do you
perfect
guys
heart.
need,
That heart is
groove
the heart
music?
that all of us are going to be judged
You guys
upon.
need to feel good.
And my agency to choose right or wrong does not diminish God's omniscience. And God's omniscience does not diminish my ability to make a free will choice right here, right now. So again, predictability is not proof of determinism. And it's just probability under limited circumstances is essentially what you're, and that's where my point with the restaurant earlier. It's like just because there's limited
There's 40.
opportunities
Let's go. 10
to
more.
choose on a particular menu doesn't mean that I'm determined for any one particular meal that I choose.
Okay, so
There it
again,
is.
I just wanna
There
kinda,
we
like,
go.
get it
Come
clear.
on.
Do you believe that there is some future that exists? Like there's a
think that-
future that exists?
I don't know what he said it to, but
Right.
he may have
okay.
said it to
so
$5.
again, if there is
above.
some future and some events that exist in,
Sorry.
in that future, then those events
Thought it was
must
$1
happen,
and above.
and you cannot do any events that would contradict that
Sorry.
event. So say, again, if there,
But if
I don't know what the, hold on, I don't know what the future is, and we know that God again still exists outside of time, but we do know that He knows what this future is, right? We're sitting at this point of the present where we cannot kind of like actually perceive of that, but we know that it exists if we presume that God exists. The question is, can you do anything that is not entailed in that future that God knows exists?
Oh, here we
Just
go.
yes or no.
Back here.
Can I do
Back
anything
here.
in the future that God
This is a dodge,
knows
by the way.
exists?
This is her
No.
way.
Can you do anything
Get out of
like in
shit.
this set future that God knows exists that
But he's already at the end point of history, so it's already happened.
Right, that's fine, right? So
Okay.
it's already happened. These events are going to happen, whatever. But in these events that are going to happen, can you do anything other than the events that are going to happen?
If
in your
I made a
lifetime?
different choice at that point, then it would have been again, God would have already known what choices I already make. So again, this is a category error because
She's gonna
the
loop him back
choices I
into this.
make
It's a
in
trap.
temporal space and time
$50
are
from
not determined by
Vasiliki.
God's
He
omniscience
says
of
you
knowing
earned it.
what
50
exists.
big dollars.
Because
W's in the
he
chat
knows
for
is-
him.
is why-
$10 from
like,
Harry Ludwig.
Well,
He
you
says
keep
nothing.
asking-
Thank you so much for the dono
Let me
chats.
finish. You keep
Well,
asking if I
I
can
was
choose to
not
do
done
something
speaking,
different.
though.
Is that not what you
I
were
am
asking
not
me?
done
I'm not done yet.
speaking.
But
So,
that is exactly
hold
what you're
on.
asking.
I have a
see?
vote.
I thought we weren't supposed to be cutting people off. Okay.
I have a
so,
vote.
See? Okay.
Unbelievable.
Anyway.
Unbelievable.
So,
So sensitive.
Oh shit.
okay. Anyway.
Oh
So.
shit.
If there is some set future that you know is going to exist, it's a simple question. If there is
4
some
minutes,
set future
y'all.
that we know exists,
7
can
more,
you
4
do
minutes,
anything
come on.
that is not in
Come
those
on.
events of the future? Just a yes or no.
Don't let him
Again,
lose.
the
Nope.
premise of the question.
I was
No,
predetermined
that's not. I'm not
donation.
going to fall into your
It's not a
dialectic.
trap. It's not a trap.
Well, let me
It's a-
respond.
it's a
I get to respond.
Come on,
however I
4
want.
minutes.
No.
Oh, I don't.
7
you
more
can be
chats.
bad
4
faith
minutes.
if
We
you
can
How
do
is
it.
that bad faith?
you're not
Do you
in-
even know what bad faith means?
It's when you're arguing like.
There we
like,
go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
And that's what
Come on.
I'm
Thank you, Carlos.
disingenuous by saying that God's omniscience doesn't entail.
You're disingenuous by not answering
6
the clear
more.
yes or no question.
6 more. 5 more.
I can make
5
free will,
more.
free will choices.
That
God knows what
Come
choices
on,
I
guys.
already
He
made.
absolutely
I can
wrecked her.
choose different
Meet the goal.
choices in
Meet
that
the goal.
particular period.
So free will entails that there, in some event, there is a
You
choice
were determined to
that,
meet
that
the
you
goal.
could make other
4
than
minutes.
another choice, right?
4
There's
minutes,
not
4
some
chats.
like lineage,
Yeah.
even though
4
you're
minutes,
already
4 chats.
entailing that God knows some like
There we go, Jordan.
events are
There
going
we
to happen
go.
in the future, right?
Yeah.
But you're presuming
go.
that you can pick
this is-
something other than whatever is going to happen. So tomorrow, if God knows, let's just assume God knows that tomorrow, even though He exists outside of time, He does still know that
3
tomorrow
more.
you're going to pick a blue
2
shirt.
more.
That means that you cannot
Thank
pick
you,
any
screwed
other
up,
shirt
Nevsky.
but the blue shirt. Just yes or no.
2 more.
No, because God knows I chose the blue shirt.
Why am I here?
Because in His perspective
This
of
is
being
what Christianity
outside
looks like,
temporal
Duck.
space and time, that's
We
the
help
shirt
each
that I
other.
chose.
Okay,
You
so
guys are
couldn't have picked a
alone
red
and
shirt
dead
then.
inside.
You could not
We
have
still
picked a red
love
shirt
you,
because
though.
He knows that you're going to pick a blue shirt, so you can't
His
pick a red shirt.
knowledge doesn't determine
Okay, I
my
have to
choice.
I'm
mute
not saying that
the
his
But
knowledge-
debate
that's the
because I'm always
insinuation of
I
your
always
claim.
saying
promise
that
a
the
goal.
insinuation.
I'm saying that it's already
Ready?
known, so it's already going to happen that way, right?
Outside space and time that I've already made that decision.
You couldn't have not come here.
I could have chose, yeah, he would have known that that was the choice that I made because he's outside space and time. He's already at the end of history. that was the choice that I made.
That is a contradiction.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes,
Again,
it
the
is.
super
20
chatter
seconds.
highlighted. People watching know that this is kind of a
I don't think
Reddit
I'm
tier
gonna
level
use-
argument
I don't think I'm gonna use
about
the
God's
people
omniscience.
watching.
And you realize that I'm not a
Will he
Calvinist,
pass
right?
out?
So I don't believe in
I'm
any
not
sort
gonna
of
use-
theological determinism.
I'm not going to use the people watching to determine who is correct or incorrect.
Why
in
not?
debate.
We're
Well, you
determined to
should
think
because
that.
you don't have an
Especially
arbiter
when
for objective
metaphysics,
truth.
psychology, neurobiology, and
True.
many other sectors
All the
of
things that
science
I've appealed to.
also, not really. They also entail the same fact that first of all, that when we
she
make
got
a
toasted.
choice, right, it is a product of circumstances that we don't have control over, and also even if
Another
we-
$5 from Miggy.
some,
Here you
like,
go, Invader
Christian
Bob. Take my
organization,
humble earnings.
if he knows
$5.
in any regard
Nikos COTEL
what will
kills it
happen,
as always.
then you
Yes.
cannot do what he does not know will happen. That's a fact.
But what his knowledge is based on our ability to have free will.
It's really just a yes or no question, though. So,
It's going
I
nowhere.
mean,
this is
there was multiple
Return.
contradictions there, but anyway.
Oh yeah,
No, there
well
wasn't.
name them. What are the contradictions?
Yeah,
Yes,
so
tell me
you're
the
not
logical
saying that
contradictions I
saying
made.
that God knows what you're going to do before you do it, but also He only knows things that you know that you're going to do because He's seen it before. So
Yeah, he's outside space and time. That's a
Right.
category error.
right, so
Thank you all
it's
for
not a
reaching
category
the
Yes, it
error.
is.
You guys are awesome.
If God knows you're going to do some set things, you can't do the things that He does not know you're going to do. That's essentially the problem with your argument. It's
That's
clear
not a
as day.
problem.
Jeez,
It's
so
no, that's not.
Yes, it is.
That's not a problem.
Even if you're not aware in the moment that you're going to do something, you were always going to do that said thing. That's the problem.
no, because you always have choice.
How long was
but
my
God
longest
being
goal?
outside
Emily
What
space
does
and
choice
time.
mean?
40 seconds.
Choose
so
between
far.
a
40
rational
something.
deliberation, choice
there's
between
one-
multiple objects.
If there's
My
two,
goal is
Choice
a
between
minute.
the
there's
red
two
and the blue shirt.
possibilities. One is definitely going to happen. One you feel like you have a choice, it's going to happen. But this one was always going to happen.
No.
That means that you don't have a choice.
No, that's
It's
not.
just a feeling
But
of having
again,
a
that's
choice.
you've already structured it, and that's not
I
how
haven't
Christians.
structured it. That's the
not
dilemma.
how Christians believe that choice works. The structure that you just drew on your
Two
paper.
different things.
That's the
What does
point.
choice mean?
Is that you just said because God knows the choice you're going to make, you cannot make any. You basically have no free will. You cannot make delineation between two things. I'm saying no Christian, both Orthodox, Catholic, Protestant, believes that to be the case because the paradigm is
right.
not based on that presupposition. The framework that you laid out is not the framework that we agree to.
Christians-
It's not the framework that we believe in.
Christians don't believe that to be true because it would mean that there's a contradiction in their logic that
No,
is
it's a
there. They just don't want to
contradiction for you.
categorize it, right? So let's say you have a choice between a blue shirt and a red shirt tomorrow. God knows you're going to pick red. You're going to pick red. He knows this. He's always known it. Even when Adam and Eve were frolicking in the gardens, he knew you were going to pick this red shirt on this day. And you're like, blue or red? You're going to pick red, and you were always going to pick
not-
red. There's
doesn't
no
mean it's
option.
I
of
thought it was
picking-
blue.
No, it was red.
Now it's changed.
No,
It was blue shirt earlier.
Yeah, well, examples can change. Anyway,
So your argument is essentially the same type of Reddit tier atheist argument that would say, well, if
Reddit
God's the
tier.
creator, who created God? And it's like, well,
don't
that's a
think that's the
category
same
error.
argument I'm
It's the same level of argument.
no,
It is
it's
the same
really
level
not.
of argument.
It's really
Yeah, it
not.
is.
I think that a lot of Christians also have come
DPH
to the
crushed
problem
your
with
chick.
this
Thanks for the
idea.
takeover. Yeah, you're welcome.
Yes,
Thanks
they
for
have.
the
More
donation.
More and more young men and women are becoming Christian than ever
You haven't
before.
answered the contradiction. You just keep
That's
saying
not a
because it is.
contradiction.
Yes,
No,
there
it's
is.
not.
Yes, there is.
The super
There's a-
chatter already recognized. It's
Super
not.
chatter. Oh wait, hold on. The
it's
super chatter
not-
told us it's correct, so it's right.
That's not what
The
I
guy
said
who
either.
paid
That's not
to
what
get
I said
his
either. Is
voice
that what
up?
I said?
I
said
you're
it's
using
only
that as some type of evidence. I don't know why
because
you're bringing
other
it up.
people watching this are realizing what's going on, and you
Other
and your
people that watch this tend to lean conservative, so of course they're going to agree with your framework, and I don't think that I'm going to kind of capitulate to them to arbit who is correct, right? Especially when this argument is so straightforward and it just is going to be in the realm of metaphysical possibility. It is metaphysically impossible for you to pick blue if God already knows and has always known and always will know that you
That's
will
an
pick red.
assertion.
That is a fact.
That's an
I rest
assertion.
my
No.
case.
No.
You
Again,
just say no, but it's fine.
it's just not consistent with our worldview, and that again.
With your worldview, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. With our worldview, because that would entail again that we have no choice. There is no objective truth. There is no moral responsibility,
That would
as
mean
we've
that
already
there's no
talked
choice,
about.
and that's scary. I understand. But
Because
it
it's
is
hard
true.
to pick
You
her,
chose to be here.
her in and out
I did
choices.
choose.
Oh, you can't choose.
Yeah,
you can't choose though.
Under a compatibilist understanding, yeah, I did choose to be here.
Okay,
But
all
I
right,
mean, did
all
I have
right,
control over the
all right.
desire to be here? No, I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah, but the
So,
choice
yeah.
to come
Anyway.
there.
Well,
to
I hope
actually
this was
move your
convincing
body,
for the audience because you guys had no choice in the matter.
We will take a break for some chats. We have Chef Dill Pickles. He writes, Zena said that axioms are his preference and then almost immediately said we should do what most people want. Absolutely cognitively dissonant.
Yeah, so never said that we should do what most people want. Definitely didn't appeal to numbers. Said that over time,
not?
we generally do
Why not?
power is held by the majority, and we tend to structure society based on what like the majority wants. And then also
Why the hell
axioms
not?
are preferences. No, didn't say that.
There's the message again in case you wanted to address anything else. Or
And it's probably in reference to you saying 2 + 2 could be 5 if we all agreed to it.
Yeah, so if we labeled like what we conceive as like 4 as 5, and we just said semantically now like that's now 5.
If you're just changing semantics, that again, that's not getting at the heart of it.
Okay,
is
sure.
that is mathematics objective and universal? That was the
Yeah.
point that was being made.
Yeah, so it's like going to be one of like the oldest philosophical debates. Did we discover math or did we create math? Whatever. I mean, I think that like for someone to say that like math as a system exists, it's probably going to entail like utility to some degree. So like it's something that like you're like actually constructing, for example, to divide 10 by 2 to come to 5. Like
Say it again.
There's some type of like process or
Say it
system
again.
there that like requires humans. However, like the physical objects being there, for example, if there are like 5 meteors in the sky, those meteors are there. So I mean, it's just a very big philosophical rabbit hole. It doesn't negate anything I've said.
we have another chat here. Chef Dill Pickles. Zena, please explain why we should not eliminate first degree unaliving and simply replace it with second degree unaliving.
Good point.
Yeah, so I under my legal framework, right? If someone is like if what I would want, I think what is most coherent, if someone has unalived someone, right? Instead of looking at it in this way that we do, we would say, okay, like what caused this person to unalive someone? Was it intentional? If it was intentional, right, we would look at the cause for that thing. Let's say that they're a psychopath, and we would rehabilitate them.
Yeah,
if this
seriously,
person
Paris.
did not mean to unalive someone, we would take, we would just kind of like figure out what caused them to do such thing. If it was like nothing at all, like a total something that they like. There's no circumstances that we can rehabilitate. I think we would just see it as like someone.
Oh
who,
my gosh.
Like for example, if someone broke the law, like we can still have laws under the system where like we can deter them from doing such law and put them in jail specifically because they broke the law and as a symbol of why you shouldn't do it again. So I think that again, like not only rehabilitation but deterrence should be one of like the pedestals of our law and our governance. So yeah.
All right. Somebody's Streamlabs is not working, apparently. I don't know. Oh, here we go. Chef Dill, Dylan, Streamlabs is down. Zena, what does it functionally mean to be outside of space-time? I can't tell if you're genuinely or disingenuously missing that detail.
Yeah, so it means that you're not bound by time, right? Even still, regardless of God knowing something before or after or during, if something is said to have if something is said to be something that he knows, it means that it will happen because he is God. So I'm not saying that like he must know this thing before you did it, even though you kind of agreed to that. I'm saying that God, in whatever sense, knows that something is going to happen, and thus it will happen that way. That's all my argument is, unless you agree.
And for you, that means determinism, right? That's like a.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to take it to be.
Well, that's what you're trying to use it as, right?
Well,
Correct?
it proves that like in any circumstance, something was always going to happen. Yes.
Well,
including
something's
your
always going to
actions.
happen, but the reason why
Including
you're
your
bringing that
actions.
up is try to insinuate that even in my worldview, believing in God, it's determined. That's the premise of what you're trying to present. And again, shout out to Chef Dylan because he's highlighting that it's a category error.
Nope.
Okay.
God knowing something means that it will always happen that way. It is true. So you can't do the opposite of that.
Okay.
Is that true?
That doesn't mean the determinism.
Okay, whatever you want.
Okay.
All right. We have about 20, 25 minutes left. So why don't we do closing statements and then the rest of the show, for what time we do have remaining, we'll open it up to some audience questions. We'll lower the REIT or TTS threshold. We'll put it to we'll do $69 TTS because we don't have too much time. So Zena, you go first with your closing statement, then Patrick, you'll go after. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So my my closing statement is going to be pretty similar to my opening statement. I think I'll just focus more on kind of the God aspect, though, of how you can take determinism. Essentially, I'm going to just restate my argument. God knows, how the world will exist and what events will take place. Regardless of time, events are going to happen in the way that he knows that they will happen. And thus, you cannot act out of accordance with what God knows, right? So it doesn't matter, like, if we're talking about this in, like, a circumstance of time or not, if God says that blank thing is going to happen a certain way, or blank thing is, it always will be. So thus, if God says, you will pick up this cup, you're going to pick it up, right? That's going to happen. So therefore, this concludes that, like, God knowing every action that we're going to take and every thought that we're going to have, or every thought that we do have, regardless of, like, the fact that he is outside of time, we cannot do anything that he does not know. And thus, there are some set actions that we will take throughout life that he has always known are going to exist that way, and thus we cannot act differently. There's just this feeling or illusion of choice. That's always been my argument. I think that as well, if I want to get back into this neuroscience idea. Patrick was trying to make some type of claim that neuroscientists have seen that sometimes people act differently to, like, biologically, the way that we know, like, study it in the brain. Well, yeah, like, we're always going to find the reason for that differentiation in action, like, differentiating from their biology to be something that exists in, like, the social realm or the environmental realm. Like, some social stimuli causes people to act differently than we might assume they will based on their biology or their brain chemistry. So yeah, it's either that any event is caused or uncaused. If it's caused, we'll ask, well, first of all, if it's uncaused, it'll be random, so you don't have control over it. If an event is caused, we ask why. And when you continue to ask why you prefer waffles over toast, it's going to result in something like, because my mom made them for me, or because my taste buds are just in a way where it releases more dopamine in my brain. There's always some explanation, and it just resides outside of this idea of the I. So that's been my argument. Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
As I was presenting in the opening argument, is 7 points logically refute determinism. The first one being moral responsibility argument. So if determinism is true, no one can be held morally responsible because they were determined to do so based on nature and nurture, as we've already talked about. And she's conceded that she's a moral subjectivist, so therefore she really can't make universal moral claims or ethical claims about people, things, historical events. She can use rhetoric, she can state her preference, which she stated multiple times today, but that does not justify, and that is not a strong argument within a formal debate to actually present why something is true or false. Second one is that if determinism is true, then all knowledge are beliefs, including the belief in determinism. And if that's the case, then determinism is not founded on rational inquiry or rational deliberation, and therefore itself cannot be rationally justified. So therefore, point number 2, if determinism is true, we can't have objective knowledge. Point number 3 is that no determinist actually operates in the world as if they're a determinist. Determinism would violate the idea of voting. Again, I'm not the biggest advocate of democracy myself, but democracy is premised upon the idea of free will and that you can make delineations between things and choose. But she would argue that you're really just conditioned to choose whoever your political person that you want to support is. Fourth argument is that from the counterfactual possibility is that all decisions presuppose modal freedom. And so even though she has a sort of semi-compatibilist, she says she's a determinist, but then she appeals to compatibilism in regards to her ability to choose and be here today, this still insinuates what's called modal freedom.
You just crack your knuckles?
And so it's still, even within a compatibilist
you
framework,
crack your knuckles?
We have to evaluate alternative possibilities. And this is true within legal structures. So like our entire legal institution is built upon that there could be something or it could have been the opposite. In her worldview, there is no opposite because everything was determined. Number 5, the neuroscience misinterpretation argument regarding Benjamin Libet. And this research has kind of been followed up more recently with John Dylan Haynes arguing again that these resting potentials demonstrate that the brain is deterministic and that things fire before every action we do. And then that's been disproven. Again, I recommend everybody to go look a paper. It's from 2012 by David Scherger. It's called RP as Neural Noise. and highlights that now the kind of operating standard within neuroscience is that these neuronal firings before actions are actually just neural noise, and they're not deterministic structures in regards to behavior. Number 6, creativity and novelty argument. So again, you can't have art, poetry, invention, all these things, moral heroism. So again, I'm surprised she didn't bring up more arguments regarding biology or evolution and evolutionary constraints in regards to our biology.
She hates it.
But art, poetry, moral heroism, people who actually self-sacrifice themselves and kill themselves. This is a defiance against, again, this idea of like survival of the fittest and that we do everything for personal survival. And then number 7 is the problem of infinite regress. And I think this is a pretty strong, logical argument against determinism, is that there has to be an unmoved mover. I mean, this was Aristotle figured this stuff out in classical Greek philosophy. And so determinism relies on an infinite causal chain. Well, where does the causal chain begin? It typically begins with the Big Bang. That's why I brought up cosmology, which she wasn't really wanting to get into. And so free will allows for an uncaused cause within a person. Again, being made in the image of God, the Imago Dei, Genesis 1:26, allows me to be my own uncaused cause within the world through the utilization of my free will. And as I said in the opening statement, the 20th century, this is why determinism has really kind of fallen to the wayside, is because quantum mechanics, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, has demonstrated that Laplacian determinism, again, Laplace's demon, which is a thought experiment, that's not how the universe actually works. And this is more consistent with a theological worldview, because I believe in miracles, right? So I don't believe in a deterministic system. I'm not a deist either. So God's intervention into the world is a real occurring fact. And I would appeal also to number 2, chaos theory, which also mathematically demonstrates the same thing, that we live in an undetermined or indeterminate world. And that is consistent with my worldview as God created creation, and that miracles and his agency can actually still affect the world, while me being made in the image of God can still have free will. Kurt Gödel's incompleteness theory, again, trying to prove determinism based on determinism is impossible. This is kind of what this general problem is why logical positivism failed in the early 20th century. And so the cognitive revolution as well, Skinnerian behaviorism was overthrown in the 50s and 60s. And this was done by, again, linguistic work. I'm not the biggest Noam Chomsky fan, but Chomsky's work regarding linguistics and language acquisition shows, again, that we do have human agency and human free will, and that these aren't deterministic mechanisms. The philosophy of mind, as I said, typically the majority of the field adopts an emergentism, the idea that we actually have a mind. Now, emergentism argues that the collective firing of neurons is so complex that we have an emergent property, right? So water molecules, you can have a molecule H2O, but until you have multiple molecules, you don't have what's called wetness. That's an emergent property. And so I'm not an emergentist. I don't believe in emergentism. As I said earlier, I'm more of a hylomorphic in the Aristotelian tradition and the Christian tradition. But emergentism is kind of the dominant stance within philosophy of mind right now. And persons from that perspective are not reducible to just physical components. Human agency is not irreducible. We actually have agency. And this is, again, even part of the emergentist school within philosophy of mind. And then self-referential collapse. This is the logical argument. Again, she argued that logic is not a way to prove something, which is just ridiculous. I mean, nobody believes that. That's ridiculous. Well, earlier you're claiming that I wasn't proving something, and I said I'm using the laws of logic to show that the opposite of what I'm saying demonstrates that there cannot be universal knowledge, there cannot be objective truth, and there cannot be moral responsibility. And so one cannot rationally affirm determinism.
That's your neutral mouth.
And even determinists will agree with this. Since belief in determinism is due to prior states, then it too is a non-rational belief. And then she agreed that that's all it is. It's a preference, it's assumption on her part due to nature and nurture. And so it's just a subjective opinion. That's all she really came here with.
He's going to ask a question now.
Her goal is to persuade you through, hopefully your innate biology clings on to something she said through these deterministic mechanisms of causation, and that you then will adopt and inherit her worldview, and maybe it'll become more popular. But she can't make a claim that it's objectively true or it's superior to mine, because she doesn't have a basis. Determinism undercuts the necessary categories that it depends upon for objective truth claims and moral responsibility claims. So from that perspective, essentially, determinism can't be true, because we're coming here to have a debate assuming that we're coming to a truer answer, a truer response to the things that occurred today. And her worldview, that's not possible. So I feel very confident that the people watching and hopefully people looking into these questions, and maybe you're wrestling with concepts of determinism and free will. These are things that people move through in their own personal journeys towards fuller understanding, philosophical inquiry, theological inquiry, and that essentially they're going to realize that I do believe that things are true. I do believe that people have moral responsibility, and if that's not the case, then everything is haphazard and is full of chaos. And as I said, mathematics and physics, mathematical logic has determined that we do not even exist in a deterministic universe. That mechanism that really developed in the 18th and 19th century is no longer in favor. So that's pretty much summarizes my argument.
Destruction.
All right. We have a couple chats here. We have, by the way, guys, we've lowered the TTS. We're going to do TTS here at the tail end of the show. $69 TTS, but we do have our favorite trucker here who sent in a soup chat. Haul Long Nate, thank you for the soup chat, man. God doesn't determine your choices. He can see the infinite outcomes of your choices. From Nate. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Are you in the middle of a route right now? Thank you, man. Appreciate the soup chat. All right, let me let the chats come through. We have Chaw. One moment. One moment, guys. By the way, guys, like the video if you enjoyed the stream. We have Chaw here.
Chaw XD donated $69.
Thank you, man.
If Reddit atheism and moral subjectivism was a person, she'd be predetermined to go on whatever, incoherently spurg and make category errors. I'm doing it. Also, I didn't choose to send this.
Any response there to Chaw?
I don't know if there's anything intelligible to respond to that with, but yeah.
Okay, we have
Charlie Kirk
Intelligible?
USA donated $69. Zesty Zena, do you think black people can be racist towards white people? Do you think women can be sexist towards men? Why do you wear a cross?
There's quite a few there. If,
Okay.
Go for it.
So yeah, these are just gonna be like kind of like semantic questions. If you believe that like sexism is kind of like something that like entails like a power structure, then no, women would not be like able to be sexist to men. If you believe that it's just like having like a distaste for men, then yeah, like a woman.
She doesn't have an argument. There's no. She made no argument
for the race question, and then also in regards to like sociology, yeah, it's just like it's going to be like definitional in how we define these things. So yeah.
Well, what about your own definition of racism and sexism?
Yeah. So I think that in sociology, it's most meaningful to look at just like what's meaningful about racism is like the power that it entailed. And thus, when we look at like racism as a system that has like outputs and inputs, et cetera, we're going to like see it as like the dominant race kind of just like perpetuating this system of racial hierarchy. And in this racial hierarchy that we've seen throughout history, it's been white people holding this power dynamic, being at the top of it, et cetera. So
what about South Africa? That would be flipped, right? So white people are the minority. Is there
physical
structural racism against the white people in South Africa?
Actually, no. So right in South Africa, even though they were the minority, like in regards to like numbers wise, it was still colonized by white people and taken over by white people for them to have like black people being part of the working class for them to enjoy. So it wouldn't be some type of like systemic racism.
But you just said it was the majority versus the minority.
Yeah, so a majority in holding power entailed structure.
But but white people don't hold the majority of power now in South Africa?
I don't know too much about like South African politics right now, but even in general, like unless you're going to see like some type of like systemically like racist policies happening in South Africa, which don't see any evidence for. Yeah, it's just like it's another community, just like many in Africa and other communities that was exploited by European colonizers.
And can I ask you a question about voting? I'm really genuinely curious in your worldview. Like, are you in favor of democracy? Like, what kind of political, are you Marxist? Like, what kind of political orientation? And then separately, what are your thoughts on, like, can you vote? Like, in your determinist framework, do you have agency to vote?
Yeah, so again, I think you're making a lot of presuppositions in the question of the voting. But regardless,
Right.
yeah, I really like Marx. I don't give myself like too much of a label in regards to
Are people
like what
voting or
kind of
not?
like leftist I am, but I would say leftism. And then also
not
in
answering the
regards to
question.
voting, it's going to be the same. I'm not positing any like structure. I'm describing reality as how it is. So when we look at just like people and how they vote, if they're exposed to more ideas that say, hey, we don't like this minority group of people, they're going to vote negatively. We still give people the right to vote, but what we should be doing in society, I would say, is kind of looking at the stimuli that are around people and what are causing them to think certain things, and having some basis of like, we want equality, we want justice, we want equality of opportunity. We should kind of promote such things and promote such
Doesn't have an answer to
education that
what,
explains
dude?
how we
What are
can
you
get there,
rambling
and
about?
people vote accordingly. So it's just kind of about, again, like, I mean, all of like what I would want for
No,
voting is
that's-
going to entail what
that's an
system I would
assertion.
like us to live in.
You
what
need to
values
make
I
an
have.
argument
Again, it's
that
gonna be equality
knowledge
of
assumes
opportunity,
cause. You haven't done that.
Well-being
You're a-
of humans.
you're a loser!
Again, I don't see the problem.
Loser!
And he was also asking, why do you wear a cross? I guess he's asking if you're a Christian or.
Yeah, I like I think it just looks cute. And then I'm agnostic. So.
Okay. We have Chef Dill Pickles. Thank you, man.
Chef Dill Pickles donated $69. Zena, thank you for admitting that you are racist against white people. What a disgusting bigot.
What do you mean,
I didn't
relax?
say I love Kelly Clarkson.
Tell me how knowledge
Well, even insinuating that
entails
white culture
cause. Tell
is
me.
kind of disingenuous.
It's racist?
Well, I'm not saying it's racist, but it's certainly disingenuous when you look at the history of, European cultures, Byzantium, Western civilization, all these different
When
things.
did I say that was only all that? I didn't never say
I
it was
didn't
all
say.
that.
If I thought the
So
Nazis
how is
thing
it
was
disingenuous?
cute.
Because to choose that when somebody's asking about white culture is just, it just seems
How is it a-
disingenuous. It's kind of mocking it.
I didn't know it was mocking. I actually like Kelly Clarkson.
Okay.
And just
Maybe.
sometimes Taylor
Okay.
Swift
That's
gets
just the way
down.
that I took it.
Yeah,
Okay, go ahead.
It's kind of sensitive, isn't it?
Oh, that's sensitive. Yeah, it is disingenuous to equate white culture with Kelly Clarkson.
I
mean,
never said that-
it's kind of low IQ and low tier.
How is Kelly Clarkson low IQ?
That's white culture. Kelly Clarkson is white culture.
Is it not?
She's a white person that plays music, but
Yeah.
culture
There are a
no,
lot
she
of
is
white
not.
people
She is not a
tend to-
cultural phenomenon in
No, white-
regards to culture and like capital C culture, like Western civilization culture,
What makes
Christian
culture?
Western culture,
What makes
American
culture? What makes culture culture? What's are you the arbiter of what culture
Well,
is?
usually, again, religion, politics, again, all these different presuppositional frameworks are going to define what culture is.
Not-
And somebody studying sociology should be
Culture
familiar.
has to do with music
should
too.
Be yes, it does.
I'll inform you then.
Yes,
So,
it
yeah,
does.
Music,
And it has to do with a sacred
film,
canopy.
the kind of things that you like, practices,
Absolutely.
etc.
Yep.
So Kelly Clarkson being like a white artist in America, American culture is something that's kind of tricky to define because it's really influenced by a lot of minority communities. But
She big
especially in
funny?
America, someone who a lot of white people in America would really enjoy. I would say. That
I would
she
ask
is,
if
related
crime
to,
is
like, white
part of their
and
culture.
The things that the people in this country, white people in this country enjoy, but so do other
Broad
people. but-
specific foreknowledge of events creates
All right, we
causal.
have
No, you're
retro.
just claiming it again. I like Cobes.
Retro
You're just
donated
claiming. I asked for an
$69.
argument.
Zena, you know that DPH showed up to the debate today. So did he have a choice?
That's not an
No,
argument.
And you didn't have the choice to make that comment either. Wow, determinism.
Okay.
Pretty hard logic there, guys. Hard to defeat that.
I'm just going to read these instead of doing them as TTSs. Thank you, Retro, for the message.
Chef Dill Pickles
I guess
donated
it's- okay, never mind.
$69.
You didn't make an argument,
Zena, can
dude. You
please
make an
delineate
assertion.
good from bad actions? Why
Your
aren't they
conclusion
simply
is in the first
actions?
premise, dummy.
What are
That's called
morals?
circularity.
Yeah. So again, the position I'm taking is that moral
Amy Schumer's
claims
my culture.
are not truth apt, and thus there's not any absolutely fundamentally unless you can again give some you couldn't give some evidence for it because moral claims would just be that our objective would just be true. evidently. Like they would just be
evidently.
true. And clearly, I don't think that we've like found that to be the case. So instead, I would say that like there are things that we call good and bad, but they're based on like a conception of it or like a feeling towards it. So something being good and bad is one, when someone's talking about something, it's going to be different compared to when someone's talking about another thing. Or the types of people that are talking about morality are going to be having different takes on what's good and bad. Someone like Patrick would probably have like many different ideas of what is good, and he would totally believe that it's totally good, and I would have different beliefs on what is totally good and totally bad. Obviously, he says that there is some objective morality, yet we don't agree that that is evidently true. There's a problem.
Whoopee is my culture.
So again, yeah, good is going to be something that is like contextual.
All right, we have Justin Henley. Justin, thank you very much for your message. Zena, you're internally critiquing Christianity. God is omnipotent, but you claim he cannot create free will. Your critique fails logic. Counter, if no objective truth exists, is logic ...
Okay, so first of all, the internal critique was saying that free will cannot exist and that it's incoherent that God says that free will exists and also says that he knows all things and how they will exist and how they will be, and there is some set future that is going to exist. So that was the critique, was that saying that free will can exist in that type of framework is a contradiction. There's a contradiction in those beliefs. And then I can't remember the last thing that was said.
He was saying, he said, God is omnipotent, but you claim he cannot create free will. Your critique fails logic. Counter, if no objective truth exists, is logic.
Joe Pesci's my culture.
Perhaps he ran out of
What am I, clown?
I guess I'll just say it's probably like alluding to like how logic works. Yeah, again, once again, all scientists, a lot of them are not Christian, a lot of them don't believe in objective morality. And so do, I think, the rest of us as well, agree that there is some reality, right? And once we agree that there is some reality that exists outside of ourselves, we then can pattern it, we can then, test it, we can look for causes, etc. And kind of that's what happens. And then we can create structures and frameworks, and we can dissect things through logic. Like logic is a system of governing and making claims and etc.
A big $40 anonymous donation.
Once
Thank
we
you so
accept,
much.
Basic claims like we all exist, reality exists, etc. So
etc.
Yeah,
Say
again,
etc.
No
one
problem
more time.
there. This has been a fact of philosophy and science for
It's
years.
a fact.
All right, we have
Facts
Chef Dill
exist now.
Pickles. Thank you, Ben. Would you believe me if I said I wasn't racist simply because I like Lil Wayne's music?
I don't even know what to say about that one. Lil Wayne is good though.
Okay. A couple quick messages here at the end. Guys, if you enjoyed the stream, hit the like video, please.
Look, he's going to make an
Also,
argument.
if you guys are watching over there on Twitch or you're just watching on YouTube, if you can, open up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever.
Premise 1, God's knowledge and will are unified. Okay. Premise 2, God's will is always effective. Conclusion, your future is caught. No, that doesn't follow. You don't even know what an argument is, dude. This is an embarrassment.
Discord.gg/whatever.
That's an absolute embarrassment of an argument.
Advance notice.
It's not even valid in structure.
A debate or something.
Go back to school. Get out of here.
You can also
Eat it.
buy some merch. Shop.whatever.
Kobe. I like Kobe. You should have went down with his
Guys,
helicopter.
thank you guys for tuning in.
That's
Like
how
the
good
video,
your argument
please.
is.
Let me just double check. Make sure. See if
What
we
an
have any other,
embarrassment.
chats coming in. Doesn't look like it. Okay.
Relax. No.
Let me see if there's anything else we needed to go over.
You relax.
1 sec.
You're
guys.
retarded.
Patrick is going to be joining us tomorrow
What
for
will
our
you
dating
say
talk
if I
panel.
tell you
Looking forward to
mentally
be live
retarded?
at
Well,
5
you better
p.m.
be like
Pacific. We have a really
16 or
fantastic
something.
panel lined up for you guys. So be sure to tune in. 5 p.m. Pacific tomorrow, Sunday, dating talk panel. Got some interesting guests for that. And let me see if there's anything else. I do want to thank both of you very much for joining me today for the debate. It was great to have both of you. Very interesting debate. And yeah, thank you guys so much.
Part of the Church
let
of
me just
Eternal. Yeah, I
double
was
check. Don't want to
baptized
screw anybody over.
a couple weeks ago.
If anybody sent in a last minute message.
Are you mean the channel? No,
Let's see
he's
here.
he's
No, we
physically
are
there.
all good.
So he
Okay,
needed,
cool.
He needed a buddy
Let
to
me just check.
run the stream. So
All right,
he
guys.
can
Well,
actually
in the chat, 07's
have a
in the
stream on
chat,
it.
please. Oh, did you have?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gesturing like one more thing. Okay. In the chat, guys, 07's in the chat. Like the video on your way out, please. 07's in the chat. And guys, tune in tomorrow, 5 p.m. Pacific, dating talk, fantastic panel. Patrick's going to be there. It's going to be fantastic. So we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, Zen, that would be a good approach. It came up a little bit. It came up just a tiny bit. But I mean, he was dealing with what he got. I think looking back, when she kept saying he should have, could have said, oh, interesting. You said the word should a bunch of times. We should do this. We should do that. Does should assume that you have a choice in the matter? Simple, you know, but he definitely obliterated her. Even if he missed some fatal shots, he hit fatal shots, you know, so it was fatal either way, but it's absolute, still a destruction, absolute destruction. Now, before I finish over here, we'll continue a little bit, chat, give you guys, you can give your opinions in the chat. We'll run this one more 20 super chat goal for DPH, having done well. His first showing on whatever, making the trip out there, making the accommodations, having to get a hotel and a flight. You guys should donate, help support him with super chats. And then, anyway, you're a Christian. What? You're a Christian? What are you saying? You're a Christian, but you're arguing against the Christian perspective that you're made in the image of God, that you have will? What are you talking about? You're a Christian. You're not a Christian. What are you? What are you, a Calvinist? You're not a Christian. You're a heretic. Heretic! Heresy! Shame! Shame! Everybody. Shame! I wanted to see the opposite side. You leaning toward well, dude, get in the church. Go to liturgy, bro. Go to liturgy, bro. Get baptized, bro. Get your catechism on, son. Get your catechism on, son. We're waiting for you. Come home, son. Now, where's Duck? I'm tempted to invite some key people on. Duck, are you still in the chat? Is anyone a determinist here in the chat? Want to jump on to give a second round debate against yours truly? Anyone? Because, you know, I could earn the other 14. Now, everything goes to DBH tonight because I'm that good of a guy. All the super chats go to him. All of them. Round 2 debate. Who's a determinist? You're determined to go to liturgy tomorrow. Me too. They all run. They're determined to run. That's what happens. You're God because of God. No, it doesn't make any sense, Marilyn. You need to also go to the liturgy and submit to the body so you can find a good man to follow, because you're not God. And neither is the man you're going to follow. No? No one? Austin Detilio? All right, well, we can just watch as he reaches the second goal, the modest 20 chat goal here. You guys give your after listening to the debate, how do you, I don't know, dude. I don't know how they do it. Honestly, I think it ultimately comes down to defending your own behaviors and sin and being like, well, I didn't do it. My body did it. My body did that. I didn't do it. Marilyn's here because she's like a moth to the light of orthodoxy. So you have to be charitable with her, but also stern. Also stern with her. I don't always have a loop pedal on my vocals, but when I do, I use it. Where'd they all go? Where did Duck go? Where did they all go? Anyone want to come on for, I don't know, 10 minutes, 20 minutes for the rest of the super chats to roll in? Anyone want to go up against yours truly on determinism? Make the case? Anybody? Look like I am a winner. Thank you. By the way, if you're here, not from the beginning, my name is Jim Bob. I run a channel called Made by Jim Bob, but I also run an even more fun channel called Ortho Thugs. Go follow Ortho Thugs. You won't regret it. You won't know exactly what's going on because we don't. But I think it's going to be the best show, if not already, ever. Go follow Ortho Thugs. Get us over 2,000, okay? There's only one episode out. It's doing great. Get over there. Get over there. Prayers to all of us. If it's the case, it seems like it's the case that the U.S. Being complete cucks to Israel, just crawling, leather-bound, ball-gagged Zios start, fighting other people's wars. Terrible. Thanks a lot, dispensationalism. Thanks a lot, evangelicals. Thanks a lot, Charlie Kirk. Yeah, you freak. You neocon freak. Unbelievable. Why didn't he go over how the standard for the basis of truth is arbitrary under determinism? He did. He did. He didn't hold a huge microscope under it because she dodged it. But he basically did that with the truth about ethical norms. So he did do that because this is all tied together, by the way. You can't argue a worldview without including all three pillars of a worldview: epistemology, morality, and metaphysics. David Patrick Harry asked her about moral claims. And because the truth statements, right, moral claims assume an epistemic system. So moral claims are truth statements. So he did do that. He just didn't do it in the way you thought he should, or maybe you would. She didn't understand shit. That was not a debate for her, by the way. That's for sure. $20 from Texas guy. Thank you so much. On behalf of Church of the Eternal Logos, I was determined to give DPH money, so no need to thank me for it. I know, right? Like, what's the point? What's the point? Which brings us up to 9. We're almost halfway through. Seriously? Is there no determinist who hung out? Is there no... Where did Duck run off to? Where did Duck go? Duck? Where'd you go, buddy? Where'd you go? Where did you go? Come on! I was pumped! Duck, Duck, go? Yeah, where'd Duck go? Where'd Duck go? Is the goal 27? No, we already reached 50, George, but he deserves the remaining 11. So we should all get on that. Jimbo, do you use any other arguments than tag, or do you think any other arguments are good? I mean, tag's the way I like Kobe's. That's the ultimate argument for arguments. I use another argument I like Kobe that goes like this. Premise 1, truth is, and this is appealing to the atheist view. Truth is conceptual and universal. If they deny premise 1, they deny the ability to deny premise 1. So they're It forces them to accept premise 1. Truth is conceptual and universal. Premise 2, concepts require a mind. Concepts, mind. But because truth is universal, humans can't produce or be the source of universal concepts. So that means the truth itself is discovered, but it's conceptual. This necessitates a mind, but not only any mind. This necessitates a universal, a type of mind that can produce and maintain and hold and source universal truths, absolute truths. So now that we've established a necessary mind, we could follow it and say, well, I would refer to this as an absolute mind. We are not absolute minds. We are like temporal creatures who then access things. And this doesn't point to right away the Christian God. So it's not the strongest argument. It's a bridge argument that not one atheist I've ever debated against with this argument could wiggle out of it. They actually kicked me on TikTok. So that's the other argument I use. The argument, here's another way of arguing it. I like Kobe's, is often an atheist will deny the existence of God, and when we ask why, they use evidential positions. However, any argument against God from an evidential position would be an argument against the existence of truth, because truth, from their view, isn't empirical. There's no thing out there like an object called truth. You can't measure like a thing or smell it or hold it. Empiricism cannot justify all of these things. So that's another one I like to use. Will Jay Dyer be on the capturing? Yeah, I think so. Is that tonight or is that tonight? 11 left. 11 left. How long do we have here? Oh, full hour. Seriously, is there no person who was ankle biting this whole time who didn't want to stick around and try to affirm determinism against me? For real? Silvar says a concept exists in the mind. The reality the concept describes is not mind dependent. Well, that's what do you mean, the hard reality? The point is, reality can't exist before a mind unless a reality abided by conceptual laws. So the law of identity, non-contradiction, excluded middle precede human minds. So even that hard reality still assumes a conceptual reality. So I would disagree with you there. How do I link a universal mind to an actual mind? Well, I don't say a mind is actual. Actual would mean concrete. So the first statement there, I like Kobe's, assumes you're collapsing into concreteness or materialism. So I would reject physicalism and say that the only way to bridge an absolute mind, an absolute lawgiver, an absolute knower, an absolute creator, the only way to bridge to human beings would be the Christian paradigm, the Orthodox Christian paradigm. We have there's no more coherent metaphysics than Orthodox Christianity. Not even close. It's not even close. And also Jim Bob's shoulders, my own shoulders, adds a nice insight here that human minds would be particular. So no particular mind could, from the human position, could ground universal concepts. But God isn't a particular because he's not in a set of other things like humans are, which is why God, further a bridge to the Trinity, is that God can't be like any other thing. And people say, well, it's special pleading. No, it's actually the opposite. God not being like any other thing is what gets you out of special pleading as a fallacy, because God isn't like any other thing. Uncreated, eternal, not identical to creatures, but we're reflective of God, and also can't be reduced to parts, categories, or particular things, which means the Trinity is the only thing that solves the problem of the one and the many and transcends the limitation of particular things and sets of things, the either or of the two. So W in the chat for Orthodox Christianity again. Ten more super chats, Meg Bob says. 10 more to go, y'all. $100 that she pulls some kind of senseless prattle for 10 minutes on her stream. Does she have a? Can someone give me her YouTube? No, she won't. She's still in the area, so she'd have to do it from her phone. I doubt that's gonna happen, honestly. I don't think that's gonna happen. Is that sure? Is that you? Great job, DPH. Nice work. Nice work. You could actually, I don't know if he's probably hungry. He's probably going to go eat something. I was going to say, we have 10 more chats to go. I was hoping someone called in and tried to take her position against me, but they all ran off apparently. Now, it went well. It went well. And you did well too. Now there's extra pressure right now. The man is here, and he's seeing 10 out of 20 right now. That's what he's looking at. After that, he's looking at that empty 10 sitting on the screen there, and you guys are just gonna let that happen. Yeah, she was irritating, but you basically annihilated her. Like watching became the game of like, okay, how many other ways can he annihilate her? You know, and then we're all deciding like what ways you should annihilate her. It's like a bunch of people like cheering on the executioner and be like, use an axe, use poison. Definitely an easy win, yeah. Now, the one thing I saw, Patrick, is that when she went on her little tirade about what we should do, the moment she said should, that is, she's assuming that you have an option and a choice in the matter. Okay, you should do that. That means you can do that. If you're determined to not be able to do that, you can't say someone should do that if they can't do it. It's like saying an avocado should be a lion. That would mean the nature of something constrains and causes its activity. So why it would make no sense to look at someone and be like, hey, you assault people. That's your nature. You shouldn't do that. That would make no sense. But that was way after you already killed her, dude. That was way after. That's us being like picky about the meal, where we're like picking our teeth and we're like, the sausage could have had fennel in it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you completely obliterated her. I mean, it's almost like a disservice to have you matched up with her, but it's part of the honestly, it's part of the thing. Chat slacking. Yeah, come on. 14, got 6 more for the second goal. Show DPH your love and appreciation for what he's doing. Also, it took a bit, to get up on the big screen like that. You get attacked when you go up there. You get more surface area to the insanity. So, pay your taxes. Pay your taxes ahead of time. Once she said, $20, Texas guy says, liked Marx, quote, her position made sense. It didn't matter if she was arguing the position that was more coherent, since only perception matters to Marxists, exposing them in the best way to defeat the position. Yeah, the whole the whole thing was a disaster for her. She knew it too. That's why she was like, I don't want to answer these questions. There we go. Texas guy showing some love. $100, grab a beer. That is a really nice beer. DPH, you better get what is that, an IPA? It's some sort of, looks like DPH is drinking gay beer tonight. Big W's in the chat for Mr. Texas Guy 88. Very generous of you. God bless you. That's more like it. She was so nice before she started. Yeah, she was just a little, she was like a little biatch. You know what I'm saying? But her whole body language, by the way, and you know what I mean? Like, could we blame her? I think I made the same body language when I met you in person, dude. You're like a wall. You know what I mean? You look like you clothesline people for fun on the weekends. Strangers. Homeless people. I was telling the chat, you look like you have legs on your torso. Rachel Wilson, $10. Great job, DPH. And also a member. See? You did such a good job. Texas guy gave you 100 beans and became a member. Nice. Nice. And seriously, so much nicer than in person, DPH. You know, him on screen, you guys have no idea. You think I'm like savage? I'm not tooting my own horn. I've got a mouth on me. You think I'm savage? Oh. Have some beer. Have a couple of beers with DPH in person. Yeah, it's probably 900 degrees there, dude. 17. We got 3 more to go, y'all. Zen's forehead, $5. If your epistemic standard is in question, would it be question begging to do an internal critique since that assumes knowledge? Yeah, that's basically tag, Zen. That's the tag argument, is like you argue for the necessary precondition of knowledge, and then what happens is the opponent doesn't have a standard for epistemology to ground his cross-examination. And then they get mad. They're like, why don't you just grant me a whole slew of necessary components, including epistemology, metaphysics, even morality, while you're arguing? You could make an argument that to even debate, you're assuming some level of metaethic by saying you ought to be consistent, you ought to not lie, don't jive and shuck, this kind of stuff. Why ought we pursue true beliefs? Nothing. There's nothing they can say. Not a damn thing. So. Our 3-year-old loves DPH. Yeah, he had a blast, dude. That was so fun, dude. That was like, me and Megan were just like reeling off of that for like a whole week and a half. Because we don't have that, what is it, like, we don't have the physical, we have our parish, but it's not like everyone in your parish is just like you, you know what I mean? People start to realize that when they convert, by the way. They might think like, oh, I'm converting, therefore other people who are Orthodox in my parish have the same sort of like sense of humor, and it's just not true. But when you can meet and hang out with people who have that, it's just a blessing. Edward Longshanks, what a name. Sometimes it takes some life experience to understand that you would not want to live in a world where everyone is a nihilist and a hedonist. This is entailed if free will didn't exist. Yeah, this is what happens for the most part. You don't need it, but it helps when you have children. Why? Because you hold the child and you look at them in the face, in their eyeballs, and you realize, oh, I can't teach this person that nothing matters, that nothing's true. I don't believe that. So suddenly you get like a philosophical strainer. and it's over. We reached the goal. Okay, here we go. Who's going to time me? Man, I'm not doing well. I need more practice, man. It's all these goals I'm doing. I mean, that's good news. If I'm like strained from yelling goal, I mean, that's good. That's a good problem to have. 30? Ah, so weak. I was in the chat. I mean, 30 is like if you can't do 30, you're a loser. It's fine. 30's fine. 30's fine, but it's not 40. Rob, I can't rate anyone from stream here. You know what I mean? Someone else, like if TPH signs in with his like computer or something, does it quick, I can do it. We hit the goal, so if I'm not gonna get someone to call in defending determinism and they all ran, well, we'll call it an evening. I'm fine with that. We did great. 3 hours, 45 minutes. Yeah, that's more than enough. So without further ado, I will shill my channel made by Jim Bob. Look it up, follow. But I would say more importantly, at least I'm more excited about this. Ortho Thugs. You want to be a part of this. This here show is light, fun, hilarious, creative, inspiring, and the culture in the chat is like nothing else. You'll call in? Yeah, you can call in. Like nothing else, dude. Go follow Ortho Thugs. You won't regret it. You want to be a part of this. This is the ground floor of something I think is just exceptionally amazing. And I can't even tell you what the category is, honestly. And I don't even care. I don't even want to. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know the category, dude. But I know it's something. So yeah, I'll put the link in real quick. Okay, look, I'll have DPH call in quick from his phone or whatever. Here it is. Let me see. Here's the channel, y'all. Right here. Here we go. Go follow this, please. Pretty please. Looks like this. Oh, wait. Whoops. There we go. Go follow Ortho Thugs. It's a grand old time, seriously. All right, let me get this media. Let me turn down David Patrick Harry's 1990s black movies soundtrack. Hello, dude.
Dude, you're hating on my B-dives?
No, I love it. I love it. It's just funny. It's just funny how soulful it is.
It is.
Stella got her groove back.
Like the 60s. It has like a Motown vibe with a lo-fi.
Oh, I bet you love Sam Cooke. I love Sam Cooke.
I do love Sam Cooke.
Sam Cooke's great. So how was it, dude? Aside from sweating.
Oh my god, dude.
How hot is it in there?
Oh my god. I looked over like halfway through the debate and saw this huge ring around my arm. I go, oh shit.
Yeah.
Thank God tomorrow I'm wearing black.
Yeah, seriously.
And then Brian afterwards, he was so particular about all these details that had to be set up just right before he went live. And then we got done. He's like, I was getting ready to leave. He's like, hey, I just want to mention something. your armpits, and I was like, dude, I know, I was sweating my ass off.
Oh, he's all like,
You don't have
retentive
HT?
about that. Yeah. Yeah, he's like, you have a piece of tiny lint on your beard. I'm like, that's my face, dude. Can't. So yeah, I mean, that was a complete destruction. I mean, you're basically having to lower, like we talked before your debate. It was like, you have to lower your communication level down notches, right? Which is like, honestly, isn't that difficult? Isn't that end up being the difficult task? Is like filtering down to the most simple concepts.
That's why I felt the difficult part is she wouldn't engage with my argument. I mean, she said that logic can't be used as a form of evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And like, that was the whole basis of the whole presentation was going to be that. So I'm like, what? I was just blown away. And then like, she wouldn't give up on this theological determinism that God's omniscience means that every choice I make is determined. I mean, it's like, what? No. And then she would be so snarky as insinuating like somehow she got a gotcha moment. I'm like, what? That's not, no, what are you talking about? And so I didn't know Lynn there because it was just me, her, Brian, and then the two people that are helping. And I had no idea how it was coming across like through the screen.
Oh, it was fine. It was just frustrating to have her. That was her way of getting you off of ethics and things like that. Cause that was her weak point, is that once you say everything's determined, obviously, then anyone who does anything, that's just in their nature and their mechanism to do that. So like, what is justice at that point? Nothing. But that I'm always prepared for that too. What I've learned to do is when someone says the foreknowledge and causality are the same, I just ask for a straight up syllogism for it, and they never can produce it.
She said
because instead of teaching them, because our impulse is to go, no, it's actually not the same. We have this thing called secondary causality, and God's knowledge is a different category, and then we do all this thing. But we could just say,
I should have went there.
Why? Tell me why. I mean, I did it in your own chat. Someone was bringing this up, and I was like, give me the argument that foreknowledge entails causality, and the best they can do is reasserting it. They just assert that it is, but then you're like, okay, you can't.
If you had to be critical, what would be some advice that you would give?
That I saw?
Yeah.
Well,
I wasn't sure how to approach her because after about 20, 30 minutes in, I just felt like, oh, she isn't going to engage with anything I'm saying, and just rephrases everything I say to fit what she's trying to say. And the only time I was frustrated is she wouldn't let me talk, and it felt like Brian kept deferring to her. Whenever I would respond, she cut me off, and he's we'll let her finish. And eventually she was in the wrong. I told her shut her mouth.
Yeah, I saw that was good. We were laughing at that. No, I don't have much advice. I mean, ultimately you're debating someone of way lower caliber. So it's like the advice you would give to someone debating a lower caliber person isn't even what you would give them for debating someone on an equal footing as you, which if you go on whatever, that's going to be rare. I think it's ultimately retraining your brain to be so simple and dumbed down. That's it.
I thought I was getting a little bit better. Halfway through, I just took the offensive and just kept peppering her with questions and allowing her to lay out her worldview, and then just calmly say, okay, well so you are a moral subjectivist. Okay. So it's just an assumption and a preference you have. Okay. That you can't go anywhere. And she really at first did not want to engage with the slavery stuff.
No, that was the killer. She actually, if anything, she did a good job just squeaking out of that. I'm not dealing with that. But that's ultimately, she didn't want to deal with morality. And she was trying to say that, well, a free will debate has nothing to do with morality. Of course it does. Not only that, but the moral claims would be tied also to her epistemology. So you know what I mean? So we're not going to separate those two when we're cross-examining her, and she didn't want to deal with it. And we saw that. And that was her weakness. The key would be pressing on that very injured wound, right? Because she has nothing to say about, okay, so you're saying all of the worst atrocities in the world, name any one you want, was completely determined mechanistically. So it wasn't actually wrong. It was just unfolding, right?
Well, and that's where I got her to eventually. I was baiting her into it. So I was like, so, I mean, from your perspective, you would agree that basically we're a mechanism? And she's like,
Mhm.
well, yeah, I mean, semantically, yeah, you could say that. There's
Yeah.
no real difference. And then I did the
The typewriter thing was great. I think that was the
rate.
key. That was the key. That is the way also the audience understands how insane it is, because you go, oh, interesting. So if we're just a mechanism, we just happen to be biological, which is different than a typewriter, but mechanistically just more complex, but nothing really different in category. Why is it wrong from her view to assault or essay a person and not a typewriter if they're both mechanism? And honestly, she even avoided that. Like, she went into other things and stuff. And, your brain covers so much during your live streams and stuff that I honestly think your weakness is similar to mine, which is when someone brings up something else you're capable of refuting, you chase it. So you chase red herrings. Because you're like, I can kill that red herring. And I'm like the same way, dude. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm going to, you little, like, I run and chase it. But it always just, yeah, exactly. I was squirrel. Yeah. So that, I think we actually share that weakness, because the key is like, oh, when you have someone, they almost know what red herrings you're going to chase. And if a good opponent studies you well, they'll know which herrings are shinier or stinkier for you to chase.
Right.
And that would be the only criticism. Yeah.
That's a really good point. Yeah. I knew the kind of the intro or the opening statement, closing statement. I would assume for outside of our audiences who hear this stuff and think about it regularly, it was going to be a little bit over their head. But for anybody who followed, I mean, she didn't understand that if you can't make a truth claim, which she agreed, and then she would like laugh at me when I said that's what she said, and then she would then restate it and basically say, yeah, it's my assumption based on the world being real. Okay, it's your assumption. That's still not, you're making a universal truth claim. It was just, I felt like there would have been better, as you said, kind of like toning down the language where it's easier to grok for like the average person, like the mechanism thing, or
the mechanism thing,
slavery. I mean, like the South Africa, like I feel like that was another gotcha. So she defined racism based on this American structure and American history, and then I said, well, what about in South Africa? And then, well, they colonized. Okay, well, not now. They're not in power. What about now? And then she said, okay, well, I don't know about their politics. Well, it totally refutes what you said.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's like why would it matter anyway? It's like there's a bunch of white, fleshy colored typewriters taking over black colored typewriters, or vice versa. How could any of it be wrong? You know what I'm saying? It just couldn't be wrong. So, Dr. Raspberry says $10. Our human will is logically prior to his knowledge. Capital. I don't know if that's accurate. His knowledge of our choices using our will. Otherwise, Christ would have to steer his human will with his divine will, and thus would differ by nature from us. I actually don't understand that. The first statement, I feel like I disagree. If you're saying our will logically is prior to his knowledge of us, isn't that backwards? Wouldn't God's knowledge would be before creation and everything?
And that's where I think it's just difficult to grok, because it's a category here. Like God's knowledge is not temporally bound. And so when he says here that our human will is logically prior, I mean, our human will is tied when we got a soul. So God existed before that point, and his knowledge of our choices it's not that he's directing us to choose certain things. Like she was so caught up on this red and blue t-shirt thing. And it's like, it's that God's already seen the choices we make. And we then are choosing it, and we're making these decisions right now through the free will. And this is the judgment. And she kept insinuating that we as Christians like are determinists. It's like, well, then what's the whole thing about sin and judgment and repentance? So yeah, in regards to the comment,
there's no correction either. Like, what is correction? She got into that. She was like, well, if a bunch of people are doing the wrong things, we want to prioritize correction and rehabilitation. How could you rehabilitate something that's acting out its nature? That's like saying rehabilitating a squirrel to not do squirrel things. Like everything would be, there would be no distinction between your your will and your actions and your nature, whereas in Christianity does make a distinction and includes both the nature of what we are and then what we're capable of doing and what we do. But the nature itself might constrain what we're capable of, but it doesn't cause what we do. And she kept conflating these things.
Yeah, it's a basic category error. And then just the reluctance to even like hear me out that, look, that is not like, if you're going to do an internal critique, you have to at least see it the way that we see it. That's not how we understand that at all. And just imposing it on me.
Yeah, well, she used also your worldview. It is relevant, to be fair, like in the debate about free will, it seems like you might get two positive positions to sort of fight, but she definitely used inquiry of your view and God and all of that as a way of just giving herself time from the interrogative obliteration you did to her. And I probably would have done the same. Like if I was like, I need to get out of this corner, like I'm getting beat up. We needed to figure out a way out of this. And so she was just trying to get out of it.
She had like three pages of notes when we got there. And I didn't know what exactly where she was going to go. And she was so nice, as I said in the comments, like before we started, she was so nice. And she was talking about, oh yeah, I go to USC. I'm going to be a lawyer. I'm trying to go to law school, which totally makes sense with like her debate tactics. Like it's all about just rhetoric and power and trying to like reframe everything and the dynamics that she then wants to constrain you in. And, but at the end, she wouldn't even look at me or talk to me.
Ooh, she mad. She mad. Yeah, that makes sense. That happens with some of them.
And before she left, Brian goes, "Did you still want to debate Andrew?" And she goes, "Yeah, I want to debate him next time he comes."
Yeah.
Okay. So like,
well, being a punching bag, or I call it a piñata for Andrew, is like its own currency at this point. Where it's just like, you're like, I don't care if I get my ass kicked. Like it'll put me on all these screens. You know, they don't care. Right. They're like lining up to get beat up by the bouncer or something. It's the weirdest thing. H Brazzi, $5. Shout out to Brian for the free dub. What's the free? What does that mean?
Win.
Free dub. What?
Free win.
Oh, win. Oh, introducing you to the audience. Pile driving a sued. Yeah, it's a good thing. And tomorrow will actually be really more interesting. No, Brian's great. He's just straight to the. Just wants his show to go well, basically.
Yeah.
Tomorrow should be interesting, though. It'll be at least a little later in the day for you, hopefully.
Yeah, 1 hour. Yeah, that's where I got confused because he told me to be there at 4, and then he was talking about the dating panel and not the debate. And the debate was at 3 today. But man, I just want to thank you again, dude.
Of course, it was fun, dude.
Thank you, brother.
Of course, it was really fun. I got here, got to hang out early. Have some laughs with everybody. No, it's always fun to do this kind of stuff because, it's in the end, it's not my fault because I'm on your channel. So it's like, God knows what we choose in time, to be clear. Yeah, he knows that what we're trying to say is that knowledge and causality aren't the same.
Yeah.
But yeah. So
I said that multiple times, but
yeah, you got it. That's the next step.
Is like, moment, it's hard to remember like all your talking points and like that because I didn't have a lot of that stuff written down. I just had my 7 logical refutations and then the 6 areas of academia of why determinism is no longer in style. Like people just don't believe it anymore.
Yes, yeah, it's a mess. It's outdated. The whole atheist project seems to be crippled at this point. Because I think they got to the point where they started making their own pseudo churches, which has always been in play. There's always a counterfeit of the true church. Even heterodox does this, obviously. But that's what I've been watching lately. Is like I look at the atheists because my thing is like, oh, let's review some stupid atheist positions. It's like the bottom of the barrel now. Like I don't even want to watch it or review it because it's so overcooked and toasted now. So now I'm like, where do we go from? Like, where do you go? And obviously you build. I'm going more into like humor and stuff, but the whole thing, it seems to be a dead horse. But you got to keep it on the ground, right? You got to manage.
Yeah, make sure that thing doesn't get back up.
Yeah, if it starts twitching or something.
I mean, seriously, it's like who is? And that was what, before I went to the debate, Jenny had looked at her TikTok and I saw a thing where she was talking about like the philosophers that mean the most to her. And it was all like your basic Foucault. And I was going to say, but Brian, oh, you mean that pederast pervert that died from AIDS in the Bay Area?
Right. Yeah, that would be funny rhetoric.
And I was going to say that, but Brian was like, well, just if you're going to say anything, just say PDF file. I don't think most people are going to know what pederast means. I'm like, okay.
That's true.
So I didn't even get into it. But it was like Marx, Foucault, Nietzsche, and Sam Harris. And I'm thinking, oh my God.
Oh, man.
Like this is the intellectual ammunition that you're coming to me with.
It's so insane. By the end, you went for the most basic attack, which was like, did you choose to show up here? Like at all? Or you just automatically showed up? Like she was talking about neuroscientists, but this was another thing where she got you to engage with what the neuroscientist studies were versus the shortcut, which was when people do the study of neuroscience, are they determined to just do that? Like it's like a meta of that, because it's like, imagine thinking that you were determined to make a perfectly functional heart transplant, like with no intent, as if like there wasn't a group of human beings going, you know what? People die of heart disease. It would be great if we used our human faculties and our reasoning and our intent and our will to make a fake heart that can be substitute for a bad one. Like to take the position that that's accidental and a sort of a misfiring or something of just straight up causal dominoes is insane, dude. Like the whole medical industry, from her view, has to be accidental, causal, mechanistic, and you use the term epiphenomenal. Like you're basically saying all of innovation, airplanes, missiles, and everything else, it's all epiphenomenal side effect, not the goal.
And you're biologically bound. You were determined to do it.
Yeah, you couldn't not do it. And so to the super chat, GPH destroyed her so bad that the U.S. had to attack Iran. That could have came up too. I mean, it's touchy, but prayers to everyone involved, including us, being potentially an enemy of Iran. Who knows?
Did that happen while I was live?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think.
no.
I mean, that's what it says. So that sucks.
Oh shit.
Trump's. I guess
Zion Don, man.
I guess his yarmulke. He put his yarmulke on today.
He did. He went and touched the wailing wall, and now Iran's wailing.
Yeah, exactly. Kiss the wall too hard. Your shirt is white. Your skin human is not. Yeah, nobody can see that actually from the stream anyway. But
do what?
Anywho, any last?
No, man.
Last conclusions about it?
My only thing is just to thank you and Meg Bob, man. I really appreciate it, dude. Thank you.
Well, you're welcome. It's been awesome. You were very successful today. We reached 2 goals, 150 super chat goal, another 20, and a bunch of dono chats. Thank you, Jenny, for sending me those over, by the way, to read them. People were extremely generous today, and thank you for asking me. It was fun to do. It was, had a couple brews.
Yeah,
and
guys,
it was fun to hang out
and show your stuff, dude. Like
I did. Yeah.
New Ortho Thugs. I saw the trailer. Hilarious.
Oh, dude, you got to watch the stream, dude, and give me your feedback on just like, what is this? You're going to be like, what? I love it. I have no idea what it is. And I'm going to be like, that's correct. So happy, Billy. Yeah, please do. So happy that DPH is going more debates. I missed the whole thing. Can't wait to rewatch. Also, we should raid. Yeah, that's up. I can't raid from here. So maybe you guys just can go.
Let me just change the settings real quick. Who do they want to raid?
Well, Jerry now is live, exposing powerful lies.
Yeah.
Do that.
That's fine.
Yeah, go check out Ortho Thugs. Yeah, please watch it tonight. 1 episode in. Do it with this guy, Tony, who runs a channel called Hello Listener. He's a fellow Orthodox on the East Coast, and it's just a funny pairing, dude. You'll giggle a bunch.
Got it. Late night stream.
All right, cool.
Yep.
All right. Well, with that said, I'll let you go, and I'll play them out with my favorite cult song. I think this is a real cult song, DPH. So
which one is it?
Well, you're watching this. If I take you down, you can still see, right?
Yeah.
Okay. There we go. It's my favorite.
That after all we've strayed. That after all we've strayed, and yes, we've been bad. We're thankful for your love and for sending the searchers to give us a chance. We vow to
do our best. She's dead.
After you're gone, oh Dad, it's gonna break my heart. The love you've shown to me. After reading your letters, the first thing I thought was, Dad, I don't want you to leave.
Oh, he got you all. He got you all. Oh, man. Oh, Lord have mercy. They thought it was so real. Carry it on. Solo. Look at that dead-eyed stare. Woo! Woo! Oh, wow. Oh, man. Oh, geez, look at him. Yes. I miss my family. They're all dead. They're all dead. Oh, yeah. Leader picked her for sure. Definitely picked her. Probably not her. He passed on her. It's like watching a hostage video. It is. It literally. It's at least like psychological hostage. That's. Oh yeah, another pass there. No. I just want you to know. Yeah, we're gonna carry it on. I assume it's a Hawaiian-based cult, right? So that's what that was. So I'm glad you got to experience that, DPH. With that said, enjoy your transfer over to Jerry. Give him a bunch of love and support. Thank you all for participating and watching Ultimate Destruction. We'll be here again tomorrow. I don't know if I'll do the entire thing, but I'll definitely be here for a part of it. Tomorrow, a little bit later, DPH will put up the page though. So come by tomorrow if you want to have some fun, and we'll make fun of more people around the Whatever podcast as DPH finishes his second installment tomorrow on the panel. All right. God bless you all. Adios. Ciao.